Um, does this work? I see the audio bar moving. Yay! Hi, welcome in everybody. I love you all. I hope you're doing well tonight. Let me just get readjusted here. Okay. How is the wild bunny? I'm good. How are you? I do have a bit of a cough, unfortunately. But I'm doing well. I've got cough drops and tea, so hopefully I'll survive. Oh, I'm sorry about your head hurting. Anyway, welcome in, welcome in. For those of you who weren't aware, I did not stream last week. I was feeling very sick, and also there was a lot of stuff going on that day, honestly. And I still have a bit of a cough, but I really missed you guys, and I missed streaming, so I wanted to get back to it. Noella! Hi, sis! Welcome in! Some things I wanted to note. If you notice, there's some new background music. This is actually done by Aversion Impulse, and that's why Aversion Impulse has a little artist tag next to their name now. They literally made me background music, and I really love it. It's so cute, and like, I don't know, it fits perfectly. And I really appreciate it. I'm sorry, I'm gonna mute a lot during the stream to cough. Please forgive me. But yeah, I love you all. I hope you're doing well tonight. For now, I will mute the background music and let's get Saya no Uta pulled up. Because I am excited for that. We're going to finish Saya no Uta today. I like these streams, nice and calming. I'm glad. I like being nice and calming. Hi, Dusty. Hi, Crystal. Aw. Headaches are no fun, no good. Go away, headaches. It is very comfy and cute. Aversion did a fantastic job. I missed you all a lot. And I'm excited to play more. Load. There's so many save slots for a game that, from what I understand, doesn't have any. Oh my gosh! Just for now. Yeah, I'm sorry. I did not remember it was going to be loud. There was no easing into it. It was just straight up. Actually, let's just turn all the sounds down some more. Okay. Gonna be honest, I don't remember what was happening last time. Oh, right! The house. If you remember, we went into the house, Koji went into the house to investigate, and we, like, followed him in, and we, like, were really creepy to him. Does the Fuminori he knew no longer exist? Was the person who just stared Koji down an imposter wearing Fuminori's skin? Koji has begun to believe that it might be so. What a nuisance. Why does he insist on interfering? If he only spoke with me to exchange pleasantries, even I could bear it. But now he's sticking his nose into my business just to satisfy his curiosity. Koji is a perfect example of someone who thinks it's always good to take an interest in other people's affairs. He probably thinks that he's doing me a favor by prying into my life. He couldn't be more wrong. I have zero idea what's happening. So this is Saya no Uta, and it is a horror visual novel about Wonderful! No, you're not late. We just started like 7 minutes ago. It's a horror visual novel about a guy who gets into a car crash, and after the car crash, everything in his world looks like guts and like organs and like gore. except for one girl. And some very suspicious things have happened. How are you doing tonight, Punderful? I hope you're doing well. If he keeps this up, I might have to find some way to deal with him. Like Saya said, I have to keep my search for Dr. Ogai a secret. Koji could ruin everything. I didn't have time to fully investigate the Ogai residence today. At this rate, it will probably take several days just to go through the study. Psychotic man has a suspicious relationship with an obsessive cannibalistic science experiment gone wrong. ASMR. Saya didn't believe that I'd find anything to help with the search, but I think there's still a lot to explore. Who knows what I'll discover? I've got some green tea with honey, and it helps my throat a lot. The problem is Koji. He knows about the house now. Will he make things difficult? I feel like this game is way louder than it was last time. I wonder if my Windows volume got reset or something. I don't know, yeah. I think this is good where it is now. Excuse me, a hair-raising voice calls as I'm about to pass through my gate. Suppressing a shudder, I put on a fake smile and turn to face the writhing mass of rotten flesh that is staring at me with bulging eyes. The voices, they're getting louder. Good evening. Are you just getting home? Yes, I am. Ah, of course. This is my next-door neighbor, Suzumi, a middle-aged painter, I think, who spends all day at home while his wife works. I haven't had much contact with him since the accident. Why is he suddenly talking to me now? Have you gotten used to living alone? Yes, thank you for your help. I know it must be very difficult, but you're still young. You have to try to move on with your life. Yeah. What is this? Did he stop me just to deliver a lecture? With such a big house, it must be hard to take care of everything by yourself. Yes, I suppose it is rather difficult. No, it's okay. You can ask questions. What Yakuza game are you playing? Why not hire a caretaker? Didn't your father have one? I'm still a student. I can't really afford the expense. I see. Oh, the first one, wow. The flesh beast undulates foully, as though it still has something to say. The sight of it is driving me close to the edge. Even so, don't you think you should at least tend to your yard? I'd be happy to help.
いえ、お構いなく。
No,
一人でもなんとかなりますから。
thank you. I'll manage on my own. Now I get it. He's worried that the unsightliness of my house might diminish the image of his own. Damned snob. I flash a token smile, then retreat behind the safety of my gate. I can feel Suzumi's eyes boring into my back all the way to the front door. Why won't everyone stay out of my life? I just want to live together with Saya, alone, where no one will ever bother us. Suzumi Yosuke sighs in annoyance as he watches the neighbor boy retreat into his house. What's with his attitude? Even while talking, he kept his eyes averted, as if to avoid looking at something repulsive. Has he always been such an unpleasant young man? No, of course not. When his parents were still alive, he had been a normal youth, a little shy, but sensitive and caring. It must be the stress of his sad situation. If it continues to build, he might start to develop serious mental problems. That ship has already sailed, buddy. We're already deep into the thick of it. Or is it too late already? Finally, he's listening to me. Yosuke wonders as he gazes wearily at Saki Saka's yard. It's always so hard to say for my brain. Saki Saka, Saki Saka, Saki Saka, Saki Saka. Even during dinner, Yosuke can't shake the neighboring house from his mind.
どうしたのあなた。難しそうな顔して。
What's wrong, honey? You look like something's bothering you.
今日ね、隣の家の息子に会ったよ。
Yeah, I saw the young man from next door today.
お隣のって、みのりお兄ちゃん
Fuminori?
ああ、庭のこと一言言っておいた。
I just had to say something about his yard.
そうよね。せめてあの匂いだけはどうにかしてもらいたいわよね。
I know. I wish he'd at least do something about that smell. Oh gosh, you can smell it from a neighboring house now. The stink coming from the Sakisaka house grows worse each day, and the Suzumi family is at its wit's end.
あの草むらの中に死んだ猫でもいるんじゃないかしら。でも住んでいて気づかないのかしらね。あの匂いに。
Could there be a dead cat in his bushes? He must notice the smell coming from his own yard.
まさかとは
It's
思
a
う
bit
が、
bigger than a cat.
生ゴミをそのまま庭に捨てているんじゃあるまいな。
Maybe he's leaving his garbage out there.
そんな。
He
いくらなん
wouldn't.
でもそこまで。
いや、今の様子だとやりかねん。一日中ずっと雨戸を
Probably
閉
more
め
than
切
just one
って何をや
cat.
ってるのか
Yeah.
もわからない。どういう暮らしをしているのやら。
No, I wouldn't put it past him. Who knows what he's doing in there all day with the storm shutters closed? What kind of life is he leading?
お兄ちゃん、頭おかしくなっちゃったのかな。
Turns out he's a VTuber. He just spends all day streaming. Did he go crazy? Yes, he did. Good job. Good job. Who's a good girl?
これヒロミ。そういう言い方はダメよ。
Now, Hiromi, you mustn't say things like that.
いや、あれは本当にちょっとどうすぎてる。ひょっとしたら変質狂か何かかもしれんな。
Honestly, with the way things are going, I'm starting to wonder if he's gone paranoid or something.
大丈夫なのそれ。
Will he be alright?
早く自覚して医者にでも行ってもらわんことには、なんともな。
Unless he gets help soon. Who knows? VTuber Corpo Hire. Oh no. The seconds crawl by, each tick of the clock compounding my agony. Yeah, if you weren't sure, this is actually what the average VTuber house looks like. I would know because I live in a VTuber house. No, in reality, we don't let it get that bad, you know? The real thing that makes it a dirty house is not the fact that we're all VTubers, but the fact that we're all depressed. Too depressed to actually clean. Do you also paint every square inch of your bedroom with bodily fluids? Maybe. No, we're not allowed to paint here. We live in an apartment. You're too cool and chill for that. I'm inclined to agree with you. Unfortunately, I cannot I cannot help this. I am just a small creature. When I returned from the Ogai residence, I was greeted by a silent, empty home. Saya had vanished without leaving any clue as to her whereabouts. It isn't rare for her to go on walks at night. I've often gone with her. However, such outings always take place in the middle of the night, when no one is around, and never last for more than 2 hours. Right now, it's 5 in the morning. Soon the sky will begin to show the first light of dawn. Even if she left right before I returned, she'd still been gone for almost half a day. I can't sleep. I can only wait in anguish. I tried to distract myself by painting more rooms, but I couldn't concentrate on the work. If I'd have known this would happen, I would have left the Ogai house sooner. I wish I wouldn't have wasted time on Koji. If Saya doesn't return... The thought makes me want to tear my hair out. After its long absence, the terror of true loneliness is too much to bear. Yeah. Understandable. Understandable.
Tadaima!
Okaidi! At last, the cowbell chimes and Saya's long-awaited "I'm home" rings out from the bottom of the stairs. As I jump out of my bed in relief, all the stress that has built up through the night is released in a wave that threatens to sweep me off my feet. Hi, Mario!
疲れた。やっぱり往復すると遠いな。
I'm glad you think I sound cute, even with my voice the way it is. Like, I don't know. It's like towards the end of it, but like I feel like for a long time I sounded really bad. I can't wait to just be fully better. So tired, Saya sighs as she climbs the stairs. I knew the trip would be hard.
さや、一体どこに？
Cute, sickly voice. I am sick. I need somebody to take care of me. Make me soup and read me a bedtime story. Saya, where have you... My question trails off as I notice the thick bundles of paper that she's carrying under her arm.
それは
What are those?
文則のカルテとか手術の記録。今日は古巣の病院に行ってきたの。
Your medical charts and surgery records. I went back to the hospital today. Isn't that against doctor-patient confidentiality to just give my records away to anyone who wants them? Saya drops her bundles on the floor, sending paper flying everywhere, then pulls her favorite cushion over and collapses into it, stretching luxuriously like a kitty.
こんな夜中に T 台から歩いて戻ってきたのか。
You walked all the way back from the hospital in the middle of the night?
ごめんね。本当はもっと早く帰れると思ってたんだけど、調べ出したらキリがなくて。
Sorry, she says, skillfully gathering the scattered papers together. I meant to come back sooner, but there were so many files to go through.
結局全部持ち出してきちゃった。ああ、重かった。
So I decided to just bring everything. It was so heavy. Maybe it's just the exhaustion, but I'm not understanding a word Saya's
だ
saying.
からそんなもの持ってきてどうするつもりなんだ。
Oh,
どうするってもちろん調べるのよ。うちで時間かけてじっくり。
what are you planning to do with all of this? What do you mean? I'm gonna study it, of course, she replies, holding one MRI photograph after another up to the light. I'll have plenty of time to go over it here.
あら、何やってんだか。あ、これは要チェックかな。
Hmm.
あとは、そうなんだ。な
Mm.
んだかな。
At first, I think she's just playing around, but the occasional mutters of, better check this one. Oh, I see. Well, that was silly of them. And the like as she separates photos into a growing pile beside her make me think that this might not be a joke after all. True. I wonder what Saya's trying to get out of this. Why is she interested in like, what's going on with us?
君わかるのかこういうの。
Do you understand this stuff?
パパにいろいろと教わったから。なるほどね。そういうこと。
I learned a lot from Dad. She flashes me a grin, then returns to her papers. So that's how it is. Thank you, Holly. If I'm being honest, I've really been missing streaming, and I've been missing it so much that I was thinking about streaming twice a week. Like Wednesdays and Thursdays. And I was planning on doing it tomorrow, but my cough is really brutal, so there's no way that's happening. But next week, I might switch over to streaming twice a week instead of just once. And the reason I want to do that is so that we could tackle some much longer visual novels, because somebody's been telling me about Fate, and I'm so interested. I want to play it so badly, but we'll see. I know. The thing is, it feels like no matter how much rest I get, I don't heal. Like, I don't feel any better.
これじゃいつまで経っても直せないよね。
No wonder it can't be fixed. This is like in Somnium Files when Aiba is constantly like, we should probably up your dosage. And you're always like, dosage? Dosage of what? What are you talking about? Mimi! Hi, Mimi. Hi. Hi. Welcome in, Mimi. Cute Mimi. Thank you for the subscription. For 14 months. That's like 14 months. That's so many months. That's more fingers than I have. Honk, Mimi, Mimi. I'm sorry, Mimi, I have to honk you. Hi, Pally. Fox plushie. Sorry. Fox plushie, wave shyly. Hi. I'm gonna try my best to mute every time I cough, but I will not be able to catch them all because sometimes they're so sudden. Thank you, Pally, for the head pats. It can't?
人間のお医者さんじゃね。
Not by a human doctor, but by a bunny doctor. See, now we're talking. Pull up Surgeon Simulator. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate with tea, or it helps my throat. I can't tell if she's being serious.
私でもまだちょっと難しいかな。いろいろと試してからでないと。
Huh? What are you doing to me? What kind of tea? It's just green tea. Nothing special. I was talking about tea with a friend today, and they were like, oh, there's this tea you really gotta try. It's like really good. It's called Throat Coat. I was like, huh? Can you repeat that? I think I misheard that. And she showed me a picture. It is literally a tea that's called Throat Coat. And apparently it's very good for when you're sick. I've never had chocolate tea. That sounds good. I don't mind green tea. I used to hate it when I was younger, but now I don't know. It has such a mild flavor. Throat coat for throat goats. Even for me, it'll probably be tough, she says offhandedly, even as her hands continue to shuffle papers. I'll have to experiment first. Okay, so she's making me her experiment now? Watching more closely, I realize that her eyes are scanning each page rapidly. So rapidly, in fact, that I was unable to notice it at first. Could Saya actually be reading my charts?
なあ、さや。
Hey, Saya?
Hmm?
Yeah, she answers coolly, looking up from the
今日は
charts.
もう疲れたし、寝ないか。
I'm tired. Let's go to bed.
ふみのりがそうしたいならそうする。
Oh. Sure, Saya replies with a grin. If that's what you want. Aw, cuddles. Saya? What is with you today? Saya tosses aside the papers she was sorting, then leaps onto me and begins to tear off my clothes.
おい、
Hey,
ねえ、寝る前に一回だけ。
come on.
いいでしょ？
Just once before bed, okay?
まあ、さや。こう毎日続けてちゃ、体に毒じゃないのか。
Oh, I see. This is not a new thing. Getting a little freaky with her experiment. Hey, Saya, don't you think it's unhealthy to be doing this every day?
え、ふみのり、どこか具合が悪いの？
Hmm? Are you sick? Yes, I am sick. Please heal me.
いや、僕は別に。ちゃんと大人の体になってるし、平気なんだけど。でもさやはまだ。
No, not me. My body's all grown up. But you're...
平気だよ。
Don't worry. She laughs playfully as she pushes me onto the bed. The familiar sweet sensation of her weight and skin rendering me
平
helpless.
気なわけないだろ。今まで否認もしてないってのに。
Oh no. We're gonna make a weird monster. But I am worried. We haven't used any contraception.
ふみのりはさ、さやに子供を産ませるの嫌？
Fuminori, she whispers, staring straight into my eyes. You don't want me to have your children? How can I respond to that?
いやも何も。さやみたいに小さい体じゃ無理だって。母体の負担ってのは大変なんだぞ。
It's not that. Your body is too small. Pregnancy is a serious burden, you know.
うーん。
What game is
心
this?
配してることって割と的外れなんだけど。
Good question, Dusty. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. That's not really something you have to worry about. I'm guessing it's Nekopara rules based on the fact that she doesn't care, but we'll see. Saya seems unsure how to reply, but not because she doesn't understand what I said. Rather, the bemused look on her face makes it seem as though I'm the one not getting it.
でもそれって文則がさやのことを大事に思ってくれてるからなんだよね。それはそれで嬉しい。
But I know you're just thinking of me, she says suddenly, her smile glowing with innocence. So I'm happy. By the time I break the spell of her angelic smile, Saya has undone my belt and is removing my pants.
なあおい、だからさや。
Come on, Saya.
大丈夫。じゃあ今夜は文則が心配しないような方法で。
Saya, we have an audience. You can't be doing this in front of Twitch chat. Relax, she says teasingly. Tonight I'll do it so you don't have to worry. As she finishes, she looks up at me, smiling like she just pulled the greatest prank of her life. I love the idea of you like finish doing lewd stuff with somebody and then you're like, haha, get pranked. Like a camera crew comes out.
これだったら文則だって心配ないでしょ。
See? You don't have to worry if I do it like this.
いや、まあ。
Oh. Well, what am I supposed to say to that?
ねえ、ダメだった？こういうのだと気持ちよくない？
Hey, was it bad? It didn't feel good? Hearing the sudden nervousness in Saya's voice, I hastily stammer.
そんなことない。十分に良かった。
Of course it felt good.
でもさや、何もあんなもの飲み込まなくたって。
But Saya, you didn't have to do that.
そんな。あれはさやにちょうだいよ。
What? But I want it. Suddenly distraught, Saya clings to me like a child who has had her candy stolen.
文則のは一滴だって残さずに欲しい。
Respect?
さやの中に出してほしいの。
I want you inside me. Oh no. That could be taken in a myriad of ways, and I feel like knowing this game, it'll end up being the cannibalistic one.
中にって。
Inside you? So Saya really does want to bear my child? I'm not averse to the idea. I still think it might be too early, of course, but there isn't much point in worrying about my reputation now. Assuming that Saya and I will be left alone, I even welcome it.
文則は嫌？
Is Twitch gonna allow this? So here's the thing. From what I understand, if a game has a category on Twitch, which this game does because we're set as the Saya no Uta category, then it is okay to stream. Plus, we are playing the Steam version, which I believe that whole scene that we just went through is actually censored, and there's normally a scene there that got cut out. So do with that information what you will, but I believe we should be fine because we're playing like the most censored version of this that we can be. You don't like it? She gazes up at me pleadingly. How can I
嫌なん
resist?
かじゃないさ。さやさえそれでいいのなら、僕だって。
I do like it, as long as you're okay with it, so am I. Saya smiles with relief and burrows contentedly into my
文
chest.
則大好き。
I love you, Fuminori, she purrs softly. With her body draped over mine, I become even more aware of how light and delicate she is. Can this tiny girl and I really live as husband and wife? I feel a pang of self-loathing at the question. How can I still be afraid after all that's happened? Saya's feelings are so earnest. How can I not accept them? True, yeah. I need to resolve once and for all to rid myself of the useless trappings of morality. Saya and I are all that matters. There's no point in worrying about what others think anymore. Although, I suppose I should still talk to Saya's guardian, of course. I need to find Dr. Ogai as soon as possible. By the time I drift to sleep in exhaustion's comforting embrace, all doubts about Saya's actions have vanished from my mind. Whatever the case, all that matters is that she's returned to me. "2 o'clock. For Suzumi Yosuke, this is the most fulfilling time of the day. After seeing his wife and daughter off, taking care of the morning chores, and eating a leisurely lunch, it's finally time to sit down at his easel. He's not a particularly popular painter, and he would only hold an exhibition if he were hurting for money. However, the design work he does on the side ensures that there is always enough to support his lifestyle. Alongside the salary his wife earns working for a magazine, they're able to pay for the mortgage, send their daughter to school, and still have plenty left over. Yosuke's life is perfect, leisurely and absent of want. He loves his house, considering it a symbol of his success. When he mows the lawn, polishes the windows and floors, and cleans the kitchen, toilet, and bath, he feels the same joy as one does when he washes his own body. Just as he knows the length of his fingernails and the time since his last meal, he also knows everything about his home's condition, the status of every door, the freshness of every flower, the amount of ice in the ice tray, every last detail. This is his pride, and when he sits at his studio, smelling the turpentine and knowing that each element of his house is in perfect order, he feels the ultimate satisfaction. Aw, Kazik, you're too sweet. Thank you. I really appreciate that, actually. What is turpentine? Is that like a chemical used in painting? The fact that this game is giving all this detail to the neighbor's family concerns me. Oh yeah, this family done for. Like, dunzo, gonzo. They are cooked. While trying to find the right combination of paints on his palette, he suddenly feels thirsty, but soon remembers that there isn't much orange juice left in the refrigerator. No! I've actually been trying to chug lots of orange juice lately, so that hopefully that will help with my sickness. In fact, it's also about time to stock up on bath additive and powdered soap. He could get everything at the supermarket when he goes to shop for dinner, but it will probably be quite heavy. Now then, where should I leave off to go shopping? As he ponders this dilemma, he heads downstairs to the kitchen. Just then, a breath of air trickles the back of his neck, bringing him to a halt in the middle of the hallway. A breeze? Impossible. Every window in the house is closed. Yosuke shut them himself during his morning cleaning. Yosuke enters the living room, searching for the source of the breeze. Oh, sounds like a whimpering puppy. Something stinks. It's the same pungent smell of fetid swampland that emanates from the Sakisaka house. The window facing the yard next to the door is open, the curtain billowing loosely in the gentle breeze. There's a hole in the glass next to the lock. It looks strange, like it was melted by some chemical instead of broken. Someone must have reached through the hole to unlock the window. Oh no. Oh no. Cooked, I tell you. Yosuke stands paralyzed, his heart pounding with anger and fear. Oh, it's an oil. Yeah, I was gonna say I also knew about it a lot from playing Fallout, but I never knew what it was. He listens carefully, but hears nothing. Perhaps the intruder has already finished his business and left? But a burglar wouldn't have left the room untouched, would he? Maybe he heard Yusuke coming and hid somewhere nearby? Thank you for the hydrate. You know the plot armor is worn off when you narrate your life story. Yeah. Yosuke realizes that his still wet palette knife is in his right hand. He must have forgotten to put it aside before going downstairs. I hope you've been well. I've been okay. I've been sick, unfortunately. But other than that, I've been, I would say, better than usual. Healing in a lot of ways and stuff. It's okay. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. He stares numbly at the knife for a moment, then decides that it's not enough protection. Instead, he grabs the ashtray sitting on top of the table, made of thick, solid glass. It is big and heavy enough to serve as a weapon. I love you, Mario. The home that he thought of as part of himself now seems utterly alien. Keenly aware of the thumping in his heart, Yosuke looks around the living room and sees little that could be used as a hiding place. The intruder must have gone either to the guest room or through the dining room to the kitchen. The kitchen is close to the stairs. If there had been movement, Yosuke would have noticed it when he came down, which means that the guest room is the most likely place. He shuffles over to the guest room door and prepares to slide it open. But what is that stench? Could the breeze alone carry something so foul? It's as if the odor is coming from inside the room. I gotta tell you, dude. No. Like, nah. If I was in this situation, I would leave my house as soon as possible. I am out of there. It's not even night. It's 2 p.m. He readies his ashtray and throws open the door. Saya just stinks good. The straw-matted Japanese-style room is empty. There's a closet, but no one could fit in there. So the intruder already left. Yosuke relaxes, the exhaustion of sudden relief coming over him. And that is when something seizes his ankle. You're donezo, dude. It's over. Game over. The instant he freezes in shock, his leg is yanked out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor. Stars explode behind his eyes as his head smacks against the door rail. Ow! The hand, as if it can even be called that, wrapped around Yosuke's ankle extends all the way back to beneath the living room sofa. There are barely 5 centimeters between the sofa and the floor. Whatever is hiding there, it can't possibly be human. Before the screaming, Yosuke can regain his footing. Countless hand-like appendages seize his arms and legs, rendering him helpless. Calm down. Don't be scared. As the hideous voice burbles in his ear, something cold and soft crawls atop him. Yosuke can't even scream. I mean, it sounded like he just screamed. His terror is so great. It won't hurt. Don't be scared. It won't hurt. I don't like that at all. Thin, tube-like appendages penetrate his ears and nose, wriggling deep into his skull. Right before the sensation drives him mad, Yosuke loses consciousness. Yeah, that's for the best. Thank you for taking the time to see us, Koji says, his humble bow concealing his surprise at the doctor's youth. Even without her light makeup, she wouldn't look a day over 30. She must be quite talented to be a leading neurosurgeon at such a young age.
いいのよ。あなたたちみたいな人が来てくれたのは私としてもありがたいところだし。
Don't mention it. I was hoping somebody like you would come along. Her friendly smile has none of the coldness one might expect from her sharp, refined beauty.
はじめまして。崎坂文則くんの主治医の丹保です。
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Tanbo, Sakisaka Fuminori's attending physician.
文則の友人で殿浩二と言います。彼女は筑波陽。
I'm Fuminori's friend, Tono Koji. This is Tsukuba Yo. Yo gives a quick bow, her expression apologetic. When they arrived at T University Medical Center and asked to see Fuminori's doctor, Koji and Yo had Koji and Yo had been prepared for rejection. They hadn't expected the ease with which their request was granted. She's just like, come on in. I've been looking for somebody to talk about this with. We gotta spill the tea.
崎坂くんの件について話が聞きたいっていうことだけど、それは私の方でも同じでね。
You say you want to know what's wrong with him? Well, so do I.
はあ。
Huh? I'm sorry?
彼、一昨日の診察に来てくれなかったのよ。留守電に入れた伝言にも返事がないし。
He didn't come in for his checkup 2 days ago. I tried calling his home, but there was no answer. 2 days ago, the same day Fuminori was searching that abandoned house. Koji frowns, wondering what was important enough for him to blow off his appointment.
彼、学校ではどんな様子？
What is he like at
ど
school?
うもこうも。もうめちゃくちゃです。
He's totally messed up. Seeing Yo's shoulders jerk out of the corner of his eyes, Koji regrets not choosing his words more carefully. Hi, Mikazu. Welcome in, welcome in.
事故の前とまるで人が違ったみたいに見えます。
Since the accident, he's been like a completely different
僕
person.
たちもいろいろとどうしていいかわからなくて、それで今日は先生の話を伺えたらと。
We have no idea what to do, so we thought that talking to you might help.
あなたたちも医大生？
Are you medical students too? She asks out of nowhere.
はい。
Huh? Well, yes.
彼のカルテ見てみたいと思う。
Would you like to see his chart? But it's missing. His chart is
見
gone.
せてくれるんですか、そんなもの。
You'd really show it to us? Koji replies incredulously. Dr.
そ
Tanbo
う思っ
regards
た人
him.
がいるみたいなのよ。それも病院には無断でね。
Dr. Tanbo regards him silently for a moment, then sighs and says, Someone wanted to see it, and without the hospital's
一昨日
permission.
の晩、この病院に誰かが押し入ってね。保管庫から崎坂くんのカルテを盗んでいったの。
Thank you for the head pat. And without the hospital's permission, his files were stolen from the archives 2 nights ago.
本当ですか？
What? She stares hard at the astonished students, then shakes her head with a tired smile.
まあ、あなたたちは無関係そうね。ちょっと安心したわ。
Well, it doesn't look like you two are involved. That's a relief.
当たり前です。
Of course we aren't.
でも、犯人は崎坂くんの容体に興味があるか、それとも彼の治療記録を消したかったのか。
However, the culprit must have had an interest in his condition, or wanted to erase his
いず
records.
れにせよ、彼に関わりのある人間としか思えないわ。
Either way, I can only assume that it was someone close to him.
は
I see. An ominous thought flashes through Koji's mind. It couldn't have been Fuminori himself, could it? Koji looks at Dr. Tanbo and finds her staring right back at him, her expression grave. He realizes that she must be harboring the same suspicion.
あなたには他に心当たりはない？咲坂君の知り合いでそういうことをやりかねないような人。
What do you think? Do you have any idea who might have done it? Perhaps Dr. Tanbo didn't have anyone in mind when she asked, but Koji's thoughts immediately fly to that eerie house to which Fuminori led him.
知り合いだか何なのか自分にもよくわからないんですが、多分医者か医学関係の人で、鴎外っていう。
I don't really know what their relationship is, but there's someone called Ogai, probably a doctor or a... Koji stops speaking as he sees the dramatic change that has come across Dr. Tanbo's expression.
ご存知なんですか？
You know Dr. Ogai?
咲坂君がその男といつどうやって知り合ったのかわかる？
Do you know when and where Fuminori met that
い
man?
え、こっちが知りたいぐらいです。先生、一体何者なんですか？あの鴎外っていう人は。
No, that's what I'd like to know. Just who is this Ogai? After remaining silent for some time, Dr. Tanbo loses a heavy sigh.
いいわ。その気になれば簡単に調べがつくことだし。鴎外正彦はうちの大学にいた教授よ。
Alright, it's not like you couldn't find out on your own. Ogai Masahiko was a doctor teaching at this
いろいろ
hospital.
と不祥事があって半年以上前に免職になったけど。
He was dismissed over 6 months ago, however, following certain
不
incidents.
祥事って一体何を？
What incidents? What did he do?
そこから先は部外者に話せることじゃないわ。どのみち咲坂君には何の関係もないことよ。
I can't say anymore, and anyway, it has nothing to do with your friend. Koji has no argument with which to answer Dr. Tanbo's flat rejection. I must ask before I crash, have you been getting any rest lately? Some rest? Realistically, I should definitely be getting more rest, but I have an issue where my cough is very frustrating and it makes it really hard for me to get to bed. I'm sorry, my voice probably sucks right now. However, he can't shake the feeling that this Ogai person is the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Fuminori.
先生、もしかしたら咲坂文則は
Oh,
刑事事件に関わっているかもしれないんです。
Doctor, he says, making up his mind. Fuminori might be involved in a crime. Thank you, Kazik. I hope so too. I really hope I'm better by next week. If I suddenly feel amazing tomorrow, I'll do a stream, but yeah, it'll probably have to wait until next week. At this sudden declaration, both Yo and Dr. Tanbo raise their
どういうこ
eyebrows.
と？
What do you mean?
彼を訪ねていったっきり行方不明になってしまった人間がいます。もちろん文則は否定していますが。
A friend of ours went missing after going to see him. Fuminori denies any involvement, of course.
それってオウミちゃんのこと？
You mean Omi? Koji is unable to bear the shock in Yo's voice. Yo, you really need a bra.
すまん、つくば。君には言えなかった。
Sorry, Tsukuba. I couldn't tell you. Dr. Tanbo is frowning, her expression even more serious than
その
before.
鴎外という人物が今文則の関心の焦点になっているらしいんです。
Zeroing in on the booba. Yeah, I have booba sensing eyes. Right now, this Ogai seems to be the center of Fuminori's
彼が
attention.
何者で文則が彼の何について探っているのか、それが分かれば少しは事情が見えてくるかもしれません。
If we know who he is and what Fuminori is looking for, we might start to see the whole
お
picture.
願いです、先生。教えてください。この病院で一体何があったんですか？
Please, tell us, Doctor. Just what happened at this hospital? Dr. Tanbo hesitates for some time, refusing to make eye contact, but she finally shakes her head.
ごめんなさい。こればかりは私の一存で話せる事柄じゃないの。
I'm sorry. This is not a decision I can make on my
先
own.
生
Doctor.
でも少しだけ待って。私は私なりにいろいろと調べてみる。放っておける状況じゃないのはよく理解できたから。
Give me some time. I'll do my own investigating now that I know how far this has
お
gone.
願いします
Please. Koji is out of options. All that's left is to trust this young doctor. It's frustrating, but a friend's rights only go so far.
お互い携帯の番号を交換しておきましょう。何か分かったら連絡するわ。あなたたちも何か新しい動きがあったらすぐに私に教えて。
Let's exchange cell phone numbers. I'll call you if I learn anything, and you can call me the moment anything changes.
ええわかりました
All right. What happened to me? Yosuke's awareness returns slowly, as though rising from a bog. He's cold. No, hot. Something itches, like tepid tongues and cold slugs crawling over his skin. I hate this. What the hell's going on? Timidly, he opens his eyes. What? It's everywhere. The thing that attacked him in the living room. It's everywhere. Terror shatters Yosuke's sanity. He throws off the thing lying atop him, but his wild flailing sends him crashing to the floor. But is it really the floor? This long, wriggling fibers of what should be the carpet are winding themselves around his fingers. The floor is made of worms. Thank you, Mario. He tears his limbs free of the worms and tries to stand, but loses his balance and tumbles to the floor again. The worms immediately swarm over his body. Where am I? Where did that thing take me? Yosuke crawls across the worm-ridden floor toward the only exit from the pulsating room. When he gets outside, however, all he can see is blood, bile, and rotten meat. There's no place to run. What is this? Most terrifying of all, this hellish place has the same layout as Yosuke's house. In a half-mad daze, he wanders through the nightmarish mockery of his home. In a small room where his studio should be, he finds an easel made of bones displaying a blood-soaked canvas. Like some cruel joke, everything is exactly where it would be in Yosuke's studio. Okay, so here's what I think happened. Saya captured this man and did exactly like, so Saya was looking at Fuminori's charts, obviously. I think Saya replicated exactly what happened to Fuminori's brain in this man, and that's why he's seeing everything this way. Also, hi Elias. I have caught Scylla live for the first time in over a year. It's so good to see you. How are you doing? Damn it, let me out. Let me out of here. Chill, dude. Howling, Yosuke lashes out against everything within reach. The easel of bone shatters, driving splinters into his fist. He feels the pain but does not wake from the nightmare. If this isn't a dream, then what is it? When his strength gives out, Yosuke falls to his knees, sobbing. For the first time in his life, he prays. Oh, I'm so sorry, Elias. I'm also feeling sick. I hope it's not an infection, but I just keep coughing and I can't stop. The sound of the door opening and closing grates on his ears. Downstairs, the front door. Is someone else here? Hugs. Yeah, hugs all around. Oh no. We're home. Yosuke trembles at the blood-curdling sound. Is it that thing again? The monster has returned. Oh god. He's gonna, like, kill his family. That's okay. I hope moving has been alright. Daddy, we're home. Where's dinner? Oh. He's not here. Did he go shopping? Psychotic man number 2 has entered the lobby. When can we eat? Yosuke hears the sound of something slimy sloshing its way up the stairs. Even as he cowers in terror, he slides his trembling hand across the floor and grabs one of the bones from the broken easel. The tip of the bone is nice and sharp. If he holds it in both hands and puts his weight behind it, he might be able to use it to defend himself. Oh no. He's totally gonna murder his family. Honey, are you home? The monster growls are getting closer. Holding his breath, Yosuke presses his back against the wall next to the door. The pounding of his heart is like thunder in his ears, so loud that he fears the creature might hear it. He knows it will eat him if it finds him again, but it's all he can do to keep from crying. That's okay. Thank you for stopping by, Elias. I get that. It is a horror game. At last, the door creaks open. Honey? Yosuke leaps on the creature as it enters, fear turning his roar into a high-pitched scream. The flesh beast is covered in sludge and vile juices, but before horror can paralyze him, Yosuke brings his bone stake stabbing down. The monster screams as the stake pierces its chest and punches through to the other side. It falls back, writhing in agony. The sight of its pain sets Yosuke's blood on fire. I can win. I can kill it. If I finish it off before it enters my head again, I'm safe. Yikes. Yosuke grabs the bone and twists with all his might. The monster convulses and gurgles, its trembling tentacles reaching up as though begging for help. Die! 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 Yosuke knocks it to the floor, then brings his heel crashing down on its flopping body again and again. With each stomp, it groans and spasms grow weaker. When the monster at last stops twitching, Yosuke, panting hard, tears the stake from its corpse and rises to his feet. Daddy? Oh no, this is awful. Thank you, Kazik. Have a good night. Daddy? Something squeals. Yosuke turns around to see another, smaller monster peeking out at him from the stair landing. There's still one left. His desperate, rage-filled attack both exhilarates him and gives him a taste for violence. This one will be easier. It's smaller and weaker. No! Gritting maniacally, Yosuke raises his stake and moves toward the second creature. The monster flees, screaming down the stairs. Not about to let his prey escape, Yosuke roars and gives chase. The thought that killing the monster might end this nightmare feeds his savage bloodlust. When the monster trips and falls in the dining room... Oh, horrific. Yosuke leaps on top of it and brings the stake crashing down. His bloodlust unsated, he pulls it free, then drives it again into the monster's flesh. Once, twice, 3 times, and more, until there is nothing left but shredded, pulverized meat. Eventually, the only sound in the house is Yosuke's heavy breathing. He has slain 2 monsters, but the nightmare shows no sign of ending. Yosuke staggers to the front door and goes outside. Oof. The sky, the city, everything has gone mad. This is terrifying. Like, the things that people do when their mind isn't in the right place are... yeah. Twisted shapes, nauseating colors, stinking air. There is no escape, no end to the nightmare. The last remnants of Yosuke's sanity vanishes like dust in the wind.
おじさん。
Hi, mister. Yosuke turns to the sound of a girl's voice. She is standing in front of the house next door, wearing a spotless one piece over her pure white skin. In the midst of this filth-ridden world, she alone glows with beauty.
おじさんには私がどう見える？
How do I look to you, mister?
ああ、とっても可愛いよ。
You're very cute. Yosuke feels a sudden black lust rise within him.
じゃあ実験は成功かも。
Really? Then the experiment might be a success. Yosuke walks up to the strangely jubilant girl and brushes his hand against her long, smooth
こ
hair.
んな可愛らしい女の子はこの世界には君一人しかいないんだろうね。
Such a lovely girl. You must be the only one in the whole
お
world.
じさん？
Mister? She looks up at the man towering over her, perhaps disturbed by his
お
hungry
嬢ちゃ
stare.
ん、おじさんと遊んでくれるかい？
How about we play a game,
い
girl?
いけど、何するの？
Okay, but what are we going to do? A grin parts Yosuke's lips and he
そり
replies.
ゃもうおじさんが楽しめそうなこと全
This
部
dude is losing it. Everything that will please me, of course. Also, hi, Cybernetic. Good to see you. With that, he grabs the girl's collar and tears the front of her dress wide open. I wonder. Nah. Well, I don't know. Let's make a save. I do hope... I'm pretty worried about where this is gonna go. And I'm wondering if I should just skip this. Okay, what does control do? What about N? Neither of these do anything. Hmm.
いい顔だよお嬢ちゃん。
I don't like this. Well, I would think that the Steam version would have cut this out. No, stay away. Even in desperation, she has no hope of outrunning his longer stride. Yosuke charges down the hallway and catches up to her in the kitchen. Saya, you've like killed and eaten a woman before. Can't you just, you know, Earmuffs, everyone. Hi, Bearded One. You've walked in at a very awkward time. Horrific.
そんなどうしてなの
Let me go. Why? Why are you doing
だ
this?
から言っただろう。お嬢ちゃんが可愛らしすぎるからだって。
Like I said, just because you're too cute. Enjoying the sensation of her thin arms and struggling futilely? My brain is struggling to process that. Against his grip, Yosuke uses his weight to hold her down. So,
やだこんなのやめて
I mean, I'd like to skip this for no other reason than this is just awkward to do on stream. We'll just, yeah, no. Saya, please. It is okay to commit murder. Okay. Sorry about that awkwardness. Anyway, welcome in, Cybernetic. Sorry you had to pop in at the worst time. As always, the sights of the city grate on my nerves. Today, however, I don't feel as much hatred as I usually do. I have grown more accustomed to my condition, but that is not the reason for today's high spirits. My search of the Ogai house has finally borne fruit. Maybe, yeah. You might be right. When I pulled all the drawers out of the desk in the study, I found an envelope stuck between the desk and the wall. It must have fallen off the back of his writing tray. Yeah, that's a good point too, Dusty. Inside were 3 outdoor photographs. I couldn't recognize the scenery due to my condition, but I'm pretty sure that they show 3 buildings. Scrawled on the back of each photo was an address. Nagano Prefecture, M Village, Tochigi Prefecture, S Town, and Shizuoka Prefecture, H Town. None of the names are familiar, so they must be way out in the countryside. The photos are all dated more than 10 years ago. I don't know why they were taken or what they mean, but maybe Saya will be able to make some sense of them. I'm glad to see you too. I'm sorry I didn't stream last week. I was very sick, and I am still sick, but I am doing my best. My bunny best. I hope you've been okay. It's been a week, especially living in America. In any case, this is something that even Saya missed while she was living in that house. I wonder how she'll react when I show her what I found. Oh no. That does sound very nice, Cybernetic. Saya, I want so badly to see her. The thought of her waiting for me speeds my footsteps. When I step through the gate, I see that the front door is wide open again. This is the second time this has happened. Oh. I do love having cute trans girls in my DMs, or my group chats, or my Discord servers. I like trans girls. Upon entering the house this time, however, the sound of Saya crying chills my blood. What is going on outside? Sounds like somebody's building like a house. And it's not just her. I also hear a low, wet grunting. There's no time to take off my shoes. I race down the hallway, propelled by a terrifying premonition. Oh no. A monster is in the house and it's attacking Saya. The filth oozing from its body spreads across her skin as it moves with animal ferocity. She looks at me with tear-filled eyes and calls my name in a weak, breathless voice. Fuminori, help. The mailbox VTuber, thank you for the raid of 6. Welcome in. Rage erupts inside me like black lava. Special delivery. Are those guts? Sort of. Hi, Raiders. Yeah, I do very much apologize. This is an incredibly awkward time to raid. But I hope you're doing well. What were you streaming? The monster stops gorging itself on Saya's body and turns its head to look at me. Surprised by my own composure, I slip past it and grab a meat cleaver sitting next to the sink. Dark Souls 3 with crowd control? What's crowd control? Is that a mod, or... Without a moment's hesitation, I slash at the monster's face. It screams and staggers away from Saya. My attack must have blinded it because it flails its tentacles wildly as it tries to drive me away. It lets chat pretty much help or bully you or slow you down or give you slow. Oh, cool. Okay. Chat integration. I mean, I guess it makes sense because Saya, I don't know if you were here for it, but what Saya did to this corrupted guy is Saya's interested in Fuminori's mental condition right now. So she basically knocked this guy out. This is Fuminori's neighbor, and did the exact same thing to his brain that happened to Fuminori's brain. So now they're both having like the same mental condition. Pokemon and Plants vs. Zombies. Cool. My bloodlust is still unsated. I calmly seize one of the appendages and plunge my weapon twice more into its quivering flesh. The blade enters its body with fascinating ease. Each strike sprays my face with its blood. He also killed his wife and child. Yeah, that's true too. As I carve the monster to pieces and savor its hideous screams, my mind is finally consumed by rage. No mercy. I'll see this monster suffer for what it has done to Saya. How's Saya no Uta? It's a good time. We've definitely had some awkward scenes. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of scenes that I personally don't mind, but streaming them is a bit... I'm gonna be honest, I knew there was gore, I knew there was blood, I knew all about that. I did not know that there was certain themes though. I give myself to that fury, howling at the top of my lungs as I slash and slash and slash and slash. Even after the flesh beast stops moving, I keep slashing until I realize that it can no longer feel pain. Yeah, it is interesting. Cursing myself for killing it so quickly, I stab the cleaver into the floor, snapping it in half. When my thoughts finally begin to regain some cohesion, I find myself still digging the broken knife into the floor. The monster is gone, but pieces of it are scattered everywhere. That's a really funny way to put it. Yes, he went very much insane. I'm sorry about the coughing. I stop cutting into the tile, and in the sudden silence, I hear Saya's faint sobs coming from a corner in the kitchen.
さや
Saya. I pull the cowering Saya into my arms. She stiffens in fear at first, but as soon as she realizes that it's me, she clings to my body and cries.
みのり、怖かったよ。
Fuminori, I was scared, so scared. I don't know what to say. I can only keep holding her. This should never have happened to Saya. Everything in that twisted world is to blame. Yes, including myself. I couldn't protect her. If I'd been here, then maybe I could have prevented this. I'm sorry, she says again and again in a voice choked with tears. Not wanting to hear that from her, I pull her head into my
さやは
chest.
何も悪くない。さやのせいじゃない。
Don't say that, Saya. It's not your fault. I try to reassure her, but she shakes her head vigorously in
違うの。
denial.
私がやったの。
No, it is. I did it. I don't understand. What is she
君
saying?
がやったって。何
You
を
did what?
私、この人の頭の中をふみのりと同じ状態にして、ふみのりが感じるのと同じように世界が見えるようにしたの。
I did not think she would admit this so readily. I messed with his brain, she answers, glancing at his dismembered monster with her swollen eyes. She did what? She messed with his brain. I made the inside of his head the same as yours. I made him see the world like you do. It takes some time to understand the meaning of Saya's words.
それは一体どうやって。
What? But how? Finally regaining his composure, Saya responds to my confusion in a low
私
voice.
にはそういうことができるの。他の生き物の体を組み替えたり、調整したり。
I can do stuff like that. I can change the bodies of other living things.
私に生まれつき備わってる能力なの。
So, can you make me trans? Or, wait, I already am trans. Can you change people's gender? Or, wait, you know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to get at. My brain is not working properly. I was gonna make the same joke. We're on the same brain cell. I've had this ability since I was born. Yes, thank you, Dusty.
どこをどういじればいいのかは、その生き物によってまちまちだから。ちゃんと
Free
勉強してから
transitions.
でないとダメだけど。
Yeah, I went to the eyeglass doctor and my insurance covered transitions, but I didn't know they were talking about lenses. Every organism is different, so I have to study them in detail before I know how to change them.
みのりの脳に何があったのか、私は下調べして分かってたから。
By doing some research, I figured out what happened to your brain.
だから同じことができるかどうか、他の人で実験してみたの。
So I wanted to see if I could do the same thing to someone
なん
else.
でそんなことを。
But why?
そうすればみんな、ふみのりみたいに
Oh,
私に優しくしてくれるようになるかと思って。
I thought that if everyone were like you, they would all be kind to me. My heart aches at the loneliness in her voice as she confesses her sorrowful wish.
それなのにこの人は全然優しくなんかなかった。
But that man wasn't kind at all.
さやのことをいじめたいって壊したいって言ってあんな。
He said he wanted to hurt me, break me, and he... She starts crying into my chest again, unable to say any more. I gently rub her back while trying to get my jumbled thoughts together. Yeah. She seems, I mean, obviously she's like a monster, but she seems very innocent and doesn't really seem to have bad intentions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's clearly not evil. Exactly, yeah, that's true, Dusty. What is Saya that she can do such a thing? The answer is beyond me. However, there is one thing that I can answer, here and now. Saya is
僕
mistaken.
がさやに優しいのは僕が事故に遭ったからだってそう君は思ったんだね。
You think that I'm kind to you because of the accident? Oh. Yeah, she nods sadly. I smile and shake my head.
違うよ。それはただの始まりでしかない。
You're wrong. That was only the beginning.
そんな簡単なことじゃないんだよ。
Oh. This is actually a very, like, I mean, obviously not a wholesome moment, but bittersweet. Our relationship is the sum of so much
僕
more.
とさやが出会ってそれから二人で過ごした時間のその一日一日の積み重ねが今の僕らの関係を作ってるんだ。わかるかい？
The time you and I have spent together, those days, those experiences, are what made us what we are.
ふみのり。
I think it's interesting what this scene has to say about how, like, it doesn't really matter how you perceive the world. Or, like, no matter what the world looks like to you, it is still up to you to decide what you do with that information and, like, how you interact with the world. And, you know, obviously people have biases that influence them before they ever, like if Fuminori saw her in her true form, he probably would have, like, murdered her or something beforehand. But because he was given the chance to really get to know her, even if he saw her true form now, he would probably, like, be more understanding. But I don't know. It's interesting. Having the comparison of, like, him and the neighbor and how they both saw things the same way but just acted very differently. Fuminori.
あの日から今日までさやと一緒にいた僕だからさやに優しくして大切にしてあげたいって。
You've been there for me, Saya, sharing my pain, giving me hope and joy.
そう思う僕になった。そう思われるさやになったんだ。これって大変なことだろう。
That's how you became so important to me. See? It's harder than you think. Saya is still crying, but now her tears feel warm against my chest.
わかってる。さっきやっとわかった。
Yeah, I understand. I finally understand. Her smile shines through her tears.
さやにはふみのりしかいないんだって。ふみのりみたいな人はもう他に誰もいないんだって。
I only have you, Fuminori. There will never be anyone else. Now, more than ever before, I feel the depth of the bond between us, and I'm sure that Saya feels it too. I wrap my arms tightly around her and seal her lips with mine. Saya responds, winding her arms around my neck as our tongues desperately seek each other's warmth. At this moment, Saya is my whole world, and I am hers. The earth turns for us alone. Of course, I still haven't told her something very important. I don't know why I never said it before, perhaps because it was always so obvious. However, I should put it into words at least once. This oath of mine.
さや、僕は君のことが。
Saya, I...
待って。
Wait. She stops me with a finger against my
そ
lips.
の前にみのり、一つだけ確かめさせて。あなたの望みを。
Yeah, I completely feel that way, Cybernetic. I like to think that I'm a very empathetic and compassionate person, and that in this situation I would not treat Saya like a monster, but I mean, I don't know. I guess it's one of those things where I can't really know how I would react unless I like was put in this situation. A marine biologist type or entomologist. Yeah. Before that, Fuminori, tell me one thing. What do you want?
僕の望み。
What do I want? Thank you for the hydrate. I'm all out of tea, unfortunately. But I have water. Saya nods, staring into my eyes with unusual solemnity.
さっきも言ったけど、私には私にしかできない方法で生き物の体に干渉できる。
There's one researcher I know who refers to deep sea anglerfish as queens of the deep. Oh. That's so cool. Like I said, I can affect the bodies of living things in a way that nothing else
人
can.
間の脳をいじる方法もこれでちゃんと確認が取れたわ。
I think... I wonder what Fuminori's gonna choose. I have a suspicion that this game might actually let me choose. I guess we'll see. And now that I've learned how to manipulate human brains, Saya pauses and takes a deep breath before continuing.
今ならあなたの頭を元の状態に戻すこともできるの。
I can turn you back to
な
normal.
んだって。
What? Saya manipulated our brain. I don't think Saya manipulated our brain. I think either Dr. Ogai manipulated our brain or something about the accident did. But I have a feeling Dr. Ogai is the one who caused this. Until now, that hasn't even been in the realm of
そ
possibility.
の人にやったのと逆のことを文則にしてあげればいいだけ。とっても簡単なことよ。
I just have to do the opposite of what I did to that man. It's really simple. I replay Saya's words in my head to be sure of their
だ
meaning.
から文則、教えて。
So tell me,
あな
Fuminori,
たが昔の暮らしに戻りたいかどうか。あの事故で失ったものを取り戻したいのかどうか。
do you want to return to your old life? Do you want to take back what you lost in the accident? I knew it! I knew it! Oh, it already saved for me. Oh, we'll still make a new one just in case. Or... no? How do I save? Huh. Okay. I guess I can't. That's fine though. We'll quick save, whatever that does. Wow. I mean, obviously we're gonna do both, but I think the good, I don't know about good ending, but I think the more positive ending is probably saying I don't need it anymore. So I am kind of curious to do the probably bad ending first. Yeah. Okay, let's pull the trigger and see what happens.
そりゃもちろん戻れるっていうのなら元に戻りたいと思う。
Well, of course. I answer without thinking. If it's possible to go back, then I want to, I think. I've never wondered if there could be any other answer. I stopped dwelling on the question a long time ago, and if I had been asked before if I met Saya, I wouldn't have hesitated. But what about now? What does it mean to wish for the past, and what it could do to me and Saya? As soon as these questions occur to me, my true feelings become unclear. The hurried answer I just gave her was less certain than I thought.
そう。
Oh, she's disappointed.
当たり前よね。
Oh, yeah. Of course you would. I think she knows that this is bad for her, but she still, like, cares about us enough to want to do it. Saya smiles softly, her expression an unreadable mixture of what seems to be sorrow and relief. Seeing it fills me with sudden unease, as though I've just wounded her deeply with my careless words.
なさや、僕は
I'm used to disappointing people. Get used to it, Saya. I'm so good at disappointing girls. Hey, Saya,
いいの、海のり。もう何も言わないで。
It's okay, Fuminori. Don't say any more. Saya silences me with another kiss, then thrusts her tongue into my mouth with even greater passion than before. As the sweet softness of her tongue clouds my mind, I begin to feel an urgent need to say what she prevented me from saying. To speak those most important words. Hi, Ruby, falls from the ceiling. Welcome in. That's okay, we don't need that ceiling. Saya, I can't speak for some reason, and my mind is hazy. My consciousness is slipping away at the euphoria from her kiss, as the euphoria from her kiss spreads to my entire body. Ow, my back, how are you? I'm okay, how are you? The difference between Obi-Wan and Gibby is if he nailed the landing. I'm stealing that quote.
おやすみなさい、海のり。
Sleep well, Fuminori. I hear Saya whisper softly from far away.
心配しないで。次に目が覚める時には何もかもが終わっているから。
Don't worry. When you wake up, it'll all be over. What is it, Ruby? Trying to crawl into the vent. It's okay. Wait, Sussy? Ruby's venting? Wait, I have to tell you something before I sleep. Just one thing. My efforts are meaningless, however, as oblivion calls me into its embrace. Amogus? Oh god. Do you know someone's birthday is very close by this month? Do you know who? Is it yours? When I awoke, the first thing that greeted me was a terrible stink. Mr. Suzumi's body was covered in flies, and I could smell the rotten stench that you would expect from a corpse. The night had ended, but Saya was nowhere to be seen in the morning light. Aside from the blood-covered floor, the kitchen looked the same as it had before the accident. In the den, however, the colors that had been so soothing the day before now served as a stark reminder of what a distant world I'd been living in. I'm gonna guess tomorrow. She left. It seems that way, but I bet we're gonna chase after her. Despite knowing that it would be futile, I wandered the house searching for Saya. For almost an hour, I tried in vain to deny reality. This is so sad. That's exciting, Ruby. Happy early birthday. Then I called the police. When the operator answered, I couldn't stop myself from crying. It'd been such a long time since I'd heard a human voice other than Saya. Oh. As became clear later, Mr. Suzumi had murdered his family before I killed him. Unable to give the police a satisfactory explanation, I was arrested for all 3 murders, and when they found the remains of Takahata Omi in my house, a 4th was added to the charge. Oof. During my interrogation, I told them everything exactly as it had happened, in every detail. The detectives didn't believe me, of course, but the doctor who came later did. He had me moved from jail to a much cleaner white room. That's right, this room looks just as white to me as it does to everyone else. Gaz, hi. Okay, hold on. Sorry, my throat. But bark, bark, woof, woof. Sorry, I can't do any better than that. Welcome in, Gaz. I hope you're doing well, puppy. Fall from the floor. Aw, cute Ruby. He's no longer psychotic, but at what cost? Well, he's no longer physically psychotic, but now they're going to make him emotionally psychotic by keeping him in a white room. I can't handle a woman's cute bark. Well, I'll bark for you. I like barking for people. In the end, hold on. In the end, they declared me incapable of answering for my actions. Everything that had happened to me was real, but part of a reality incompatible with the rest of the world. I'm sorry about your floor, forgive me. Oh, it's fine. I think floors grow on trees. I guess if you make your floor out of wood, it does. So the doctors gave me a space all to myself, a place where I could live in my own world. I am sad that I wasn't believed, but I know that it couldn't be helped. In this world, reality is what the majority says it is, and I had the misfortune to step outside of that box. Ugh, that's so rough. The walls of my room are undeniably white. That, at least, I can be thankful for as I live out the rest of my life here. Everyone said that there was never any girl named Saya. Well, so be it. Saya probably was never part of their world. But why shouldn't I be able to hear Saya's voice here, in my room? This is my world, after all, a continuation of the very real time that we spent together. How long did I wait with such thoughts floating through my mind? One night, I awoke to the sound of something crawling down the hallway. The sound would not normally have woken me, but I must have had a premonition that night. Sleeping later than usual, I had waited for her arrival, and so I knew instantly that it was her.
Saya なんだね。
Saya? She did not answer, but I could feel her outside my door, struggling with some internal conflict.
どうして声を聞かせてくれないんだ?
Why won't you let me hear your voice? After a long silence, something small slid through the narrow bars of my peephole. A phone? Yeah, he recognizes her. That's really sweet. I guess he probably knows what happened at this point. It was a cell phone, the screen already showing a notepad with a freshly entered text. My voice will sound strange to you. I couldn't suppress a chuckle at Saya's uncharacteristic display of shyness. Aww.
そんなこと僕は全然気にならない。
Okay, this is actually really
君の
cute.
声が聞きたい。姿が見たい。
I don't care about that at all, I said, sending the phone back through the bars. I just want to hear you, see you. A trans allegory moment. For real? After a short pause, the phone returned to my side. Please, let me stay the Saya you remember.
そうか。
Okay. I'd started to suspect that it might be so. In the hell my eyes had made of that world, Saya alone had looked normal. I'd thought that she was somehow unique. In truth, however, she had probably been a different kind of unique than I'd imagined. It wasn't that my senses had distorted her appearance, but that she had been so unusual as it seemed normal to my twisted mind. Saya's true form was something other than what I had known. Now, however, I could see her as she really was. But Saya didn't want that, and it was not for me to question the workings of her heart. I just had to accept that girls need to keep some things private. Cute!
あの日君に言おうとしてたこと保留になってたの覚えてる
I tried to say something to you that day. Do you remember? I slid the phone back to her. I was hoping you'd forgotten. I smiled wryly at the text on the screen, wondering if she really thought me so
忘れ
heartless.
たりするもんか
How could I forget? No one was listening, but still, it would have been embarrassing to speak the rest aloud, so this time I typed it into the phone. I love you. GHIJKLMNOTUVDE space WXYMNOTU. That's really cute. I slid the phone back through the slot. This is like actually so precious. Tsunagari Chess School. I haven't heard of that one at all before. Is it a visual novel or? Oh, it's like Doki Doki? Okay, I'm in. Tsunagari. Let me add it to my list real quick. Because I do keep a running list of all the games I plan on playing. You get to use a flip phone. There's even some male characters. Interesting. You have my interest piqued. I could sense her trembling outside my door. I couldn't hear her or see her, but still, I knew. Saya was crying. Oh.
僕は構わなかったんだよ
I was ready, you know. Perhaps my words offered no comfort, spoken so late. Even so, I was ready. I had wanted to return to my old life, true, but I would have abandoned that wish for Saya. I know that I would have gone with her, hand in hand, as far as we could, even to the most forbidden of places. Saya, too, must have known that I was prepared, and because she knew, she stopped me from saying those words. If I had spoken that oath, there would have been no going back. I'm sorry. I was a coward. Seeing the words on the screen, I shook my
君
head.
だけが悪いんじゃない。あの時僕に迷いがなければ、君だって勇気を出せた。
It's not your fault. If I hadn't hesitated, you would have found the courage. I was afraid of you, of how you were changing because of me.
仕方ないさ。
It's no one's fault. Saya couldn't bring herself to take everything from me, and I couldn't bring myself to give up everything for her. We were too weak to find happiness.
さやはこれからどうするんだい。
What will you do now, Saya? I'll keep searching for my dad. He'll know how to send me back to where I came from. Oh. Where you came from, huh?
そうか。帰りたいんだね。さ
I
や。
see. You do want to go home, don't you? A short time passed with no words or messages exchanged. I wondered how many times in that brief silence yes and no changed places in her mind. Yeah. When the phone finally returned, the characters on the screen seemed strangely uncertain.
お父さん、見つかるといいね。
Well, I hope you find your father. I'll do my best. The time had come for our parting. She had chosen her path, and I had given my blessing. There was nothing more to be said.
もしも気が変わったら、僕はずっとここにいるから、
Oh.
いつでも来ていいからね。
If you change your mind, I'll always be here. You can come see me whenever you want. I will. Thank you. Goodbye, Fuminori. I read her final message and returned the phone to the other side.
さや。
Goodbye, Saya. She gently slapped my door in response, and then I heard the sound of her sliding off down the hallway, and I was left alone in the silence of the night. Ever since that day, I have been waiting. Perhaps Saya really did return to where she came from. Perhaps she is still wandering today, looking for her father. It must be hard. She must be lonely. When she can no longer stand being alone, she will surely return to me. I am the only one who will comfort her and whisper sweet nothings in her ear. Aww. And so I wait, dreaming of her face and her voice. I wait. Forever in my white world. That was so much more romantic than I was expecting. And it was a lot more positive too. I thought it would just be a straight up like bad ending. Especially for Gen Urobuchi, who is usually like, people call him the Uro Butcher because he usually kills off his characters all the time and forces terrible endings on them. But that was really, really good. Yeah, I honestly expected that too. It was weirdly hopeful. Saya no Uta. That was so good. I hope you don't mind just relaxing to the song for a bit. Yeah. Thank you, Nitro Plus. Vodka. Oh, Vodoka. Never mind. I liked that ending way more than I expected. A sound library? This is new. Oh. Yeah, Sabbath is the menu music when you got vodka in the mind. Schizophrenia. Song of Saya 1 and 2. Huh. Cool. Alright, well, ready to choose the other option now? I don't need it anymore. On that terrible day when I first opened my eyes after the accident, what would my answer have been? When I think back on this many years from now, will I wish that my answer today had been different? It doesn't matter. Here, at this moment, there is no doubt in my
あの
mind.
人は誰だったんだい？
Who was that? I asked Saya, looking at the unidentifiable pieces of a monster.
隣のうちに住んでたおじさん。名前は知らないけど。
The man living next door. I don't know his name.
鈴見さんか。
Oh, Mr. Suzumi. He was hardly a stranger. We've been neighbors for as long as I can remember. I'd go so far as to say we were on good terms before the accident. And now I've killed him with my own 2 hands. I feel a little. Mr. Suzumi, the kind painter who lived next door, is but a distant memory. The pieces of meat around me belonged to a creature whose mere existence was nauseating. Only by killing the vermin could I find relief. He complained about my yard being filthy, the swine. It doesn't matter what Saya did. He wasn't worth keeping alive anyway. These are my honest feelings. My hands are wet with another man's blood, and yet I am utterly calm. Now I know what I lost in the accident. Saya says I can take it back, but I know that I cannot. It is gone forever, like the life of the man called Suzumi.
なあさや。僕の異常を治すことは医者には絶対できないことだったんだ。
Hey, Saya. No doctor could possibly fix my condition, you know.
海のり
Uminori?
人間にできないことを簡単にできるっていう君は人間じゃないんだね。
You can do what no human is capable of. You're not human, are you?
うん。
Saya looks away, her expression unreadable. Everything is monstrous and loathsome in my eyes. Everything but Saya. I thought that she was somehow unique. I was wrong. I see her just as I do everything else, as something other than what she really is. But why should that surprise me? Saya is part of my world, just as I am part of hers. It doesn't change what we are to each other. I stand and walk over to Suzumi's dismembered
昔
corpse.
読んだ漫画でさ、事故から生き返ったせいで世界が当たり前に見えなくなる男の話があった。
Oh.
今の僕みたいにね。
I read this manga once about a man who recovered from an accident only to find that he could no longer see the world as it was. Kind of like me. I finally realized that even though the stench of these monsters' flesh turns my stomach, their blood and guts smell pretty good. In fact, I know this fragrance quite
その
well.
男の目には人間が石くれに、機械のロボットが美女に見えるんだ。
Okay, but robots are beautiful women? Like, I mean, robots are top tier. He saw people as rocks and robots as beautiful
だから
women.
男は人とは似ても似つかないロボットに恋をしてしまうんだ。
And so he fell in love with something that wasn't remotely human. But robots are so good. Robots can be beautiful women. True. I would accept a robot no matter what gender they wanted to go by. I retrieve the cleaver, pick up a piece of Suzumi's body, and start removing the skin and tendons. Ah, just as I thought. The stuff underneath is exactly the same as what Saya and I have been eating.
まあこれうまそうだし食べちゃおうか。
He like gets it. Hey, this looks pretty good. Let's eat it.
ふみのり
Fuminori.
あ、ごめん。今はそんな気分になれないよね。
Oh. Sorry, you're in no mood for that now, are
で
you?
も死んじゃえば肉は肉だし、捨てるのももったいないと思わないか。また冷蔵庫にしまっておこうよ。
Now that it's dead though, meat is meat. It'd be a waste to throw it away. We should get it in the fridge. Fuminori really be like, Saya might actually be cooking.
あなたはいいの
Is that alright with you?
いいよ。
Sure, I answered easily. There is no longer any room for doubt in my
あ
mind.
と、隣の家に奥さんと娘さんがいるはずなんだ。旦那がいなくなったら騒ぐかもしれないし、通報される前に飼っとこうと思うんだが。
Also, his wife and daughter are probably next door. They might cause trouble when he doesn't come home. We'd better hunt them down before they go to the police.
そんな風であなたはいいの
Fuminori is so calm about this. Is that really what you want? Saya asks again, this time with a trace of fear in her voice. I guess I still haven't convinced her of my sincerity.
さっきの漫画の話だとね、人でないものを愛した男は最後に自分が人間であることをやめて恋を成就させるんだ。
So, at the end of this manga, the man who fell for something inhuman gives up his own humanity for the sake of their love. Fuminori has a very interesting clarity of purpose that I like. Not really one for indecision. True, though I feel like he's kind of scaring Saya.
ハッピーエンドだよ。だろ？
A happy ending, don't you think?
ふみのり
Fuminori.
さやと一緒にいられるのなら、僕はもう何もいらない。何もかもこのままでいい。
You're all I need now, Saya. Nothing else matters as long as we're together. Tossing the knife and meat aside, I pull Saya into my arms once more.
言ってもいいよね。さや、君のこと愛してる。
I can say it now, can't I, Saya? I love you. As Saya wipes away the tears flowing from her eyes, I can no longer see any hint of fear in her
あな
face.
たのこと後悔させたくないのになのに
I don't want you to regret this. I don't, but I have sworn my oath, and Saya has accepted it. We have nothing to fear now. Saya will never need to cry
で
again.
も嬉しい私って身勝手だよね
I can't help it. I'm so happy. I guess I'm pretty selfish, aren't I?
身勝手でいいよ。さやのわがままなら聞くよ、僕は。
Yeah, I do think Saya longs to be human in some way, or at least, I don't know, be in a world where she would be accepted by everyone, but I don't know. It's interesting because if a human and a non-human fall in love with each other and the human decides to give up their humanity for the non-human, that's kind of like giving up a piece of themselves, and maybe that piece was something that the non-human really loved. But I don't know. I don't mind. I'll always indulge your selfishness. Filled with contentment, we exchange a smile and set to the task of cleaning the room. A single person produces a lot more meat than I expected. Speaking of which, I seem to remember doing something similar
あと
before.
の2人だけど、多分おじさんが殺してる。悲鳴とか聞こえたし。
Saya really likes the predator-prey dating dynamic and doesn't want that to change. Based. It's a good dynamic. About his wife and daughter. I think he killed them. I heard their screams.
そうか。そりゃ好都合だ。
Well, that makes things easier. After we finish here, we should go gather the meat from the Suzumi house. There should be enough to hold us for a while, and we can use their refrigerator to store what won't fit in ours. It's all coming together. Saya and I will be just fine.
この写真知ってる？
I think I recognize this picture. Oh, the pictures, right. I forgot. After we finish our labors and get into bed, I show Saya what I found in Ogai's
この
house.
一枚見覚えがあるよ。うん、確かにさやの知ってる場所。
It looks familiar. Yeah, I've definitely been there. Yeah, definitely an interesting choice to because to choose a lifestyle where you like enjoy eating human meat, I guess that just entails humans will die. Although I don't know, the way Saya did it is she just kind of stole organs and stuff from the hospital. And that seemed to work. Although people die when you steal organs too. The photograph that Saya has selected is the one with Tochigi Prefecture address on the back.
家だよ。
Back with a snack. Did
So
Saya
do-
look silly? We have not seen her yet because she was too scared to show herself to us. It's important to have spare organs just in case. Yeah, you gotta stock up on organs. I hope you all have a lot. You can never have too many. That's a house, right? I see trees and mountains?
そう。文則すごいね。写
Yeah.
真も見られるようになった？
Wow, Fuminori, you can see pictures now?
まあね。
A little. At the outset of my ordeal, I had to depend entirely on my sense of distance to decipher what I saw. The houses in front of me, the mountains far behind them, the clouds high above. Only distance and scale told me what they were. Photographs and other flat images used to be nearly impossible to make out. Recently, however, I've gotten better at understanding what things are by their shape. I know what mountains and sky look like, for instance, and how to tell them apart from buildings. I always carry spares. Each of the 3 pictures shows a similar scene, a lone house in the middle of a thick
パパはね
forest.
別荘だって言ってた。ここにいれば誰にも見つからないって。
Dad called it his retreat. He said that no one would find us there. It's interesting actually. In the other ending, with the way that it went, we just kind of dropped the mystery entirely of what happened to the doctor. Because I guess we gave up that lifestyle, but it's interesting how doing that just cut off any information about that for that ending. Judging by the address on the back of each photo, they probably are excellent places to hide from prying eyes, but why 3? The dates are pretty old. It seems odd that they were all taken within a few days of each other. Maybe he was scouting properties, looking for the perfect location for his hideaway? Yeah, that's true. Saya recognizes only one of the houses, so that must be the one Ogai picked. Checking the location on a road map of the Kanto area, I find that it's about 3 hours out of Tokyo
お
by
父さん
car.
がここにいる可能性は
Do you think your father will be there?
電話してみたけど出なかったよ。多分いないと思う。
I tried calling him, but he didn't answer. I don't think he's there.
最近に立ち寄ったことはあるかもしれないよね
But he might have stopped by recently. The way I see it, our only hope of finding Ogai is to follow whatever lead we have, no matter how small. The probability that his hideout will yield useful information may be low, but it's not zero.
明日にでも行ってみようかなここ
Thank you, Pally, for the head pats. I think I'll check this place out tomorrow. Do you have to? Saya pouts. I wasn't expecting her to
でも
object.
ここ遠いんでしょ？
Isn't it far?
行って調べて帰ってきてもまあ半日もあれば十分さ
It'll only take about half a day to go there, check it out, and come
そ
back.
の間、さやはお留守番なの？
I'll have to stay home by myself while you're gone? So that's what it is. Slightly exasperated, I smile and rub Saya's
少
head.
しは我慢してくれよなそやだってお父さんのこと見つけたいんだろ
Be a little patient, okay? You want to find your father too, don't
う
you?
ん。
After a brief silence, during which her expression is hard to decipher, Saya looks up at me
ね
and
え、
says,
ふみのり、パパのことはもういいよ。
Hey, Fuminori, let's forget about Dad.
え
Huh? That's the last thing I expected her to say.
でも君のお父さんだろ心配じゃないのか
Forget about him? But he's your father. Aren't you worried?
いいの。私にはもうふみのりがいるし。
Not anymore, Saya says, coming closer to feel my warmth. I have you
パ
now.
パって言っても本当の意味でのお父さんっていうわけじゃないの。
I call him Dad, but he's not really my father.
さやのことを教育してくれたし、ある意味では愛してくれてたのかもしれないけど、でもふみのりの方が優しくてあったかい。
He taught me a lot and probably loved me in his own way, but you're kinder and warmer. Saya's words make me happy, but I also hear the loneliness in
本当
them.
に僕だけでもいいのか
Are you really alright with that?
うん。ふみのりは嫌？さやと二人っきりじゃ。
Yeah. You don't like it being just the two of us?
いやでもそうだなやっぱり大貝教授には会ってみたい
I do, but I also want to meet Dr. Ogai. I also do too. I want to know what's going on in the background here, but I wonder if this ending is also just going to give up on this thread. Having finally figured out how to explain my feelings, I
さやの
continue.
こともっとよく知りたいから僕以外にさやのことを知ってる人がいるならぜひ会ってみたい
I want to get to know you better. If there's someone who knows more about you than I do, I have to meet them.
そう
Oh.
なんだ。
Saya doesn't seem upset, but she does tilt her head quizzically, as though my thoughts are strange to her.
それにやっぱり明日この場所に行ってみよ
And I also want to... Yeah, I'm going to check it out tomorrow. Another plan has started to form in my head, one separate from the search for Dr. Ogai. If I find the doctor there, great. If I don't, well, I think I can find another use for his mountain retreat.
う寂しいかもしれないけどちょっと我慢して待っててくれ
I know you'll be lonely, but try to bear it for a little while.
うん。
Okay, she nods, then looks questioningly into my
やっ
eyes.
ぱりふみのりにはさ、家族とか友達とかもっともっと大勢いた方がいいのかな。
Uminori, you really want a family and friends, don't you? More people you can spend time with?
そりゃその方が楽しいだろうね
Well, that would be more fun, yeah. Fearing that Saya will start sulking, I hurriedly
で
add,
も勘違いしないでくれよ たとえそういう人たちに囲まれて暮らしてたとしても、さやだけは僕にとって特別な一人なんだからね。
But don't get me wrong, even if I could have lots of friends, you'll always be special to me.
ありがと
I know. Thanks. Giggling, Saya rubs her cheek against
う。さや
mine.
もふみのりが喜びそうなことふみのりのためだけに頑張るからね。
I'll find something to make you happy. Something just for you. Today, all of Koji's classes were in the morning. On his way to meet Yo for lunch after his final lecture, Koji suddenly gets a call in the middle of the hallway. Without thinking, he reaches to his belt for the new camera phone, but curses when he realizes that the ringtone is coming from the old phone in his bag. He hasn't transferred his contacts list yet, and calls still come to his old phone from people who don't know the new number. Thank you for another head pat, Pally. I appreciate it. When he finally fishes the phone from his bag, the name he sees on the display sends a chill up his spine. Fuminori. Why now? What does he want? It's hard to be happy about a call from Fuminori after the incident at the Ogai house.
はい。
Hello?
いや、コージ。今日はもう講義はないよな。
Hey, Koji, you're done with class for today, right?
ああ、
Yeah. Of course Fuminori would know that Koji is free on Thursday
そうだ
afternoons.
パール。駐車場に来てくれないか。
Oh no, are we gonna murder him? I need to talk to you about something. Can you come to the parking lot
今すぐにか。
now?
待ってる。
Yeah, I'll be waiting. Fuminori hangs out without another word. Hangs up without another word. Probably. What's gotten into him? What does he want? Koji wonders as he sticks the phone into his jacket pocket. The sudden change is disturbing after a week of Fuminori avoiding both Koji and Yo. If it's gonna be a Denny's parking lot, Koji's done for. Hi, Nuppy. Save. Save Bakachilla. Okay, I'll save. There we go. I gotta save. Thank you, Nuppy. Maybe he's finally ready to talk, in which case Koji should probably consider this a good thing. How does the Uta of Saya? It's going pretty good. A little bit horrific, but you know, it is what it is. It's spooky. A stretch, okay. Thank you. You had to watch a friend play it in VC. However, he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong.
待たせたか。
Did I keep you
い
waiting?
や、
Nah. In the parking lot, Koji finds Fuminori leaning against the fender of Koji's car. The last time he met was in the darkness of an abandoned house. This is the first time in over a week that they've spoken face to face in the light. Perhaps that is why Koji senses something strange in Fuminori's expression. He's not sure what exactly, but something has changed.
前にも話したと思うが、僕は今、オーガイっていう人についていろいろと調べなきゃならない。
I think I told you before that I'm looking for information on a man named Ogai.
そうらしいな。
Aw, Nappy. I'm glad. It's a bit rough right now because I keep coughing, but you're so sweet. All of you are so sweet. I love you all. Yeah, I get that.
それがな、ここに来ていろいろと難しくなってきたんだ。やっぱり、僕一人じゃ無理かもなって。
It's starting to get more complicated. It looks like I can't handle it by myself after all. Oh, aversion. Fuminori seems more relaxed than before. He used to be tense all the time, like he was terrified of something, but now his expression is calm. He's even wearing what resembles a sheepish grin.
で、お前にも手伝ってほしいんだ、コージ。
I need your help, Koji. Nevertheless, some instinct is telling Koji that Fuminori's changes are not for the better.
一体どういう風の吹き回しだ？
Why the sudden change of heart? Koji asks, keeping his expression neutral to conceal his suspicion.
だってお前も関心あるんだろ、コウジ。
You're curious, aren't you? Fuminori responds coyly, his smile unreadable as ever, offers no glimpse of his true motives.
お前も僕の後から大貝教授の家をいろいろと探し回ってたじゃないか。
You searched Dr. Ogai's house after me.
僕とお前とでバラバラに探すなんて二度手間だよ。どうせなら協力してもっと効率的にやろう。
It's a waste of time for us to look for him separately. We should team up.
うん。
Why? Why does he sense malice, thick and viscous, lurking behind Fuminori's
とも
smile?
かく今日は足が必要なんだ。車を出してくれないか。
Anyway, I need your car today. Mind driving?
まあ、構わんが。
Don't do it! Don't do it, dude! I guess not. Fuminori's car was destroyed in the accident, so Koji isn't surprised that he needs a lift. Koji unlocks the car and gestures for Fuminori to take the passenger seat, then gets behind the wheel and starts the engine.
どこに行くんだ？
Well, where are we
栃
going?
木の北の方、那須高原の近所だな。
North Tochigi, near the Nasu Heights.
栃木？
Tochigi? Koji can't believe his
住
ears.
所はこれだ。この建物を探してほしい。
Here's the address, Fuminori says, handing Koji a photo with an address on the back. We need to find this building. He seriously expects to be driven over 100 kilometers and back? Koji doesn't know whether to be angry or
今から出
impressed.
発すれば夕方頃には着くだろう。
If we leave now, we should be able to get there by evening,
まあ
right?
そうかもしれんが。
Yeah, maybe. Koji sighs heavily, tapping the steering wheel as he calms himself down. Now that he's come this far, the only thing he can do is see his friend's craziness through to the
別
end.
荘か何かかこれは。
Is this a vacation home or something?
多分そこに大貝教授もいるらしい。
Probably. Dr. Ogai should be there. Koji isn't looking forward to meeting the owner of that creepy house, but he's even more uneasy about letting Fuminori go alone. It looks like he just has to grin and bear it.
東京に戻るのは夜中かも
Yikes. We might not get back until night.
悪いな。世話をかけて。
Sorry for the
な。
trouble.
いいさ。
Don't mention it. Koji drives out of the parking lot, leaving the rest of what he'd thought to say unspoken. Fuminori's smile seems wrong, somehow, like a mask hiding his true face. This is getting very interesting. Yo finds herself sitting alone in the cafeteria, searching for a familiar face as her lunch cools on the table in front of her. She was hoping to see Koji today, but he must have had other plans. That wouldn't be at all unusual. Normally, Omi and Fuminori would pick up the slack. But Omi and Fuminori aren't here anymore. Yo puts down her chopsticks, her appetite ruined by the lack of company and by the anxiety eating at her. Omi is missing, Fuminori has turned on her, and she has no idea why. If Koji were here, she could count on him to distract her with some idle conversation. Yeah, there's definitely way more going on here. I sort of assumed that this ending would be about the same length as the other one, but it seems like we've got a lot to dig into. Now that she is all by herself, Yo becomes keenly aware of how little tolerance she has for loneliness. She begins to feel paranoid, like the whole world is plotting to take from her everything that she cherishes. What is going on here? Where is Omi gone? Is Fuminori really unrelated to her disappearance? Or is he the key to this mystery, as Koji and Dr. Tanbo suspect? It's clear that the fixing your schizophrenia ending was not the primary ending. Yep. Yo recalls the events of last Thursday. Alone and without an outlet for her pain after Fuminori verbally eviscerated her, Yo was lucky enough to run into Koji. Although he could hardly make her problems go away, his kindness was a comfort. At the same time, Omi was on her way to Fuminori's house, and she hasn't been heard from since. Yo has only been aware of Fuminori's connection to Omi's disappearance since yesterday, when Koji revealed the truth during their visit to the hospital. What if a new possibility occurs to her, a reason why Omi suddenly decided to visit Fuminori? What if it hadn't been a coincidence that Yo ran into Koji that day? What if Koji and Omi had known what transpired between her and Fuminori and had decided to act separately? Omi might have seen the confrontation in the courtyard. She might have been eavesdropping. It's not unthinkable. As the idea forms in her mind, Yo feels as though something is tearing apart her body from the inside. It's only a possibility, but if it's true, then whatever happened to Omi is Yo's responsibility too, isn't it? Not really, but... I get where you're coming from. Oh, you're so right. Yeah, she's gonna go to Fuminori's house. Yo clutches her head, groaning in agony. The food on her tray is now cold. Not that she would have eaten it anyway. Despite her frustration and anxiety, Yo is unable to act on her own. She has never been good at adapting to challenges, and no one would ever call her proactive. She hasn't the slightest idea how to respond to this situation. If Omi were here, she would probably tell Yo to think positive and trust her instincts. Yo has always depended on her best friend's energy. Now that Omi is gone, Yo realizes just how weak and useless she is. Aww. Yeah, what's gonna happen when Yo meets Saya? She can only sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of self-loathing. Oh. The sudden ringing of her phone pulls her back from the brink of despair. It's a text message. There's no title, and the sender is...
Omi-chan.
Huh? Omi? Yo cries out in shock. The message itself is even more baffling. Oh, Saya. Saya, no! If you want to know more about Sakisaka Fuminori, come to his house, alone. Tell no one. You're right, yeah, I didn't even think about whose phone that was, but yeah, that must have been Omi's phone. The message bears no trace of Omi's personality, but Yo can't deny that it was sent from her phone. She takes a deep breath to calm herself before typing her reply, taking care that excitement doesn't cause her fingers to slip. Is that you, Omi? Where are you? Yo presses send. The screen shows that her message was received. As she waits for a reply, her mind fills with questions. Is someone else using Omi's phone to send text messages? If so, why to her? Something suddenly occurs to her. She and Omi have exchanged countless messages over the years, many of which contained the sorts of embarrassing confessions that close girlfriends share. At times, when her feelings for Fuminori grew too strong to contain, Yo often put them into words for Omi to read. Aww, that's really cute. Did Omi put a password on her phone? Even if she had, the person who sent her messages was obviously able to unlock it, which means that whoever it is has full access to her history. Do you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori? Yo reads the strange message one more time. Whoever sent it must believe that Yo has an interest in Fuminori. The phone rings again, startling Yo, but she quickly recovers and looks at the screen. There's no title, and the sender is still Takahata Omi. I'll tell you everything when we meet. Come alone. Tell no one. Yeah, you're definitely right. I'm not It's not Omi. She would never try to scare Yo with such a mean-spirited prank. Anxiety has brought Yo to almost to tears. Her mind isn't made to deal with this. Who is using Omi's phone and promising to reveal Fuminori's secrets? Who? Yo desperately wants advice from Koji, from anyone. She even starts to dial Koji's cell, but a sudden suspicion stops her. The sender might be somewhere nearby, watching her at this very moment. A cold chill runs down her spine as she looks furtively around the cafeteria. Come alone. Tell no one. The lifeless characters on the screen are like a knife against her throat. However, Yo clutches her phone and forces her heart to stop pounding. Isn't this cowardice exactly what she hates most about herself? It's okay to be cowardly in this situation. It is okay to ignore this strange text message. Remember, don't accept text messages from strangers. The only text messages I get anymore are about Donald Trump. It's very annoying. Yeah, basically. Doesn't she want to do more than just sit and wait? Yo realizes that her hand is shaking. How easy it would be to just give in to her cowardice, to convince herself that Omi and Fuminori are beyond her reach. Yo's doing what Omi would do. That's true, yeah. This is what she truly wants, even if it means abandoning dignity and loyalty. She wants to flee from the unknown. But she also knows that even escape is beyond her. Yo understands herself well. She knows that no matter how far she runs, regret and self-loathing will consume her after everything else has fallen apart. In the end, Yo is unable to overcome her cowardice alone. She lacks both the willpower and the courage to run. Yeah. The afternoon silence is somehow forbidding. A stink is in the air, the stink of garbage left out to rot. The stink of Omi left out to rot. Even this perfectly normal residential neighborhood seems ominous to Yo in her current state. She feels like she's standing in the middle of a necropolis, as if everyone in the house around her is dead. Well... Yo pushes her fear aside and presses the buzzer on the Sakisaka house's front gate. Fuminori wasn't in class today. Is he home? He couldn't have sent those awful messages, could he? She doesn't even want to consider the possibility, so she forces the unwelcome thought from her mind. There's no response from the intercom. Yo doesn't know, of course, that Omi stood in the same spot 1 week ago, staring at the silent intercom with the same confusion that Yo is experiencing now. Yeah, I guess the real thing that's getting them both here is curiosity. You know what they say, curiosity killed the two humans. What was that? Did I drop something? Sounded like something fell, but I don't see anything on the ground, so. She, however, is not forced to wait as Omi was. Curiosity ate the 12-layer cake. I didn't know my name was Curiosity. The cake sounds really good right now, actually. Hi, B2J1. How are you doing? The phone in her pocket rings, catching her off guard. This is probably a bad idea. However, Priscilla ate my 12 layered cake. I'm so sorry. No, I'll buy you another one. Yes. Very, very good advice. Make sure somebody always knows where you are. It's another text message from Omi's phone. Come in. The door is open. Yo looks around quickly, a shiver running through her as she realizes that she's being watched. Searching fearfully for her observer, Yo spots movement out of the corner of her eye. On the second floor of the Sakisaka house, a tightly drawn window curtain just fluttered. The person who sent the message is inside the house. The text message is coming from inside the house. Only now does Yo realize that every other window has its storm shutters closed. No matter what happens inside, no one will ever know. How about we make Sel eat another 12-layer cake as punishment? Is that really punishment? If that's punishment, then I've been a very bad girl. This time, she nearly gives in to the intense urge to flee. But the terror she feels toward her invisible watcher is stronger and will not permit her to turn her back upon the open window. She has nowhere to run. Oh, Yo. It is okay to run away. Oh. Yo bursts into tears, unable to take a single step. The phone in her hand rings again, demanding that she enter. She steps through the gate. Shinji moment. Get in the house, Yo! When she enters the house, an overwhelming stench assaults her nostrils. The house is dark, even though it is the middle of the day. Fuminori must be out, as his shoes are not in the vestibule. However, Yo catches sight of a different pair stuffed behind the shoe cupboard. They look familiar, so she pulls them out of the shadow for a closer look. As soon as she recognizes them, her mind tries desperately to deny reality. They are identical to Omi's favorite shoes. Yo has seen her wearing them many times before. But that doesn't mean Omi is here, she tells herself. What? No, there's no way. Just because her favorite pair of shoes are here. They must belong to someone else. Someone who bought the same shoes from the same store. There's no way Omi could be here, is there? What? No. Yo is a little ignorant to reality. I can't blame her. We take kilograms of Benadryl to substitute it? Alright. Isn't that an allergy medication? With a sudden flash of clarity, Yo presses the most frequently used speed dial button on her phone in her tightly clenched fist. The phone dials Omi's number. It takes only a second for the signal to reach the nearest relay station, and then... a familiar ringtone echoes through the house. It's coming from the second floor. Someone must still be up there in the room with the moving curtains. Omi's phone rings for just a few moments, and then it stops, as whoever is holding it realizes Yo's intentions. For the first time, Yo feels the definite presence of her formless guide. She's fine, probably. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, probably, totally, possibly, maybe fine. Yeah. It's got like a fisheye lens feeling to it.
誰ですか？
Who's there? She gathers her courage and calls out into the house, but there is no response. Whoever it is must not want to be seen. Maybe, possibly, somewhat, to an extent. Perhaps. Swallowing hard, Yo walks down the hallway to the staircase. I wonder how long this is gonna be. Maybe it's Omi. Maybe it's Fuminori. Surely it's just the two of them playing a prank on her. Koji might even be here with them. That is an interesting take, Cybernetic. Yo's mind fills with comforting images of her friends. Yeah, just think about your friends. She needs to believe that there is still hope. Otherwise, she could not take another step.
おみちゃんだよね。久香くんだよね。
Is that you, Omi? Fuminori? Are you there? As she climbs the stairs one at a time, Yo calls out in a voice choked with tears. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's crazy what fear will do to a person. When they see her sobbing, she'll probably laugh at her. Let them. It would be the happiest moment of her life. She just wants this torment to end. She tries to move faster, but her trembling legs will not let her. With each agonizing second that passes, she begs for release from this nightmare. After climbing for what seems like an eternity, Yo finds herself standing in the second-floor hallway. No sound greets her. There is only gloom, brimming with silent malice.
おみちゃん。おみちゃん。
Poor girl. Omi? Omi, are you there? She shuffles forward, calling out in a weak voice.
出てきてよ。お願いだよ。こんなのもうやだよ。
Come out already, please. I can't take this anymore. The door in front of her is half open. It must lead to the room that overlooks the front gate. Yo watches helplessly from a corner of her mind as her body, seeming to move on its own volition, slowly opens the door. Sorry. I meant to mute and I forgot. I slowly open the door. The room is empty. The damp, stinking air clings to Yo's skin. Please, stop this. She is at her limit, unable to take a single step more. Her spirit has been utterly crushed. Perhaps this is the moment her tormentor was waiting for. Huh? Wait, huh? I thought we were playing the censored version? I thought this was censored? Excuse me? Deploy the sensor blocks. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I apologize, chat. I hope Twitch does not, yeah, okay, here, 'tis the season, we're just gonna, oh, that is big. That is really big. It's a little bit too big, Okay. Just gonna exit and okay, perfect. Perfect? Okay. By default, a TOS violation? Oh, okay, okay. Maybe rotate? Good idea. Yeah, we'll just, rotate that button. Perfect. Perfection. Merry Christmas, by the way. The Padoru of censorship. Something grabs Yo's arms from behind. Something flexible and strong like slime-covered rubber. Oh. As the thing binds her limbs, finger-like appendages tear roughly through her blouse and force their way inside. Yo screams at the top of her lungs, amazed that she still has the strength to do so. Responding to her distress, primal energy surges through her body as she flails wildly to free herself. However, the grip of the thing behind her remains unbreakable. With escape impossible, Yo can only scream louder as something cold and wet slips under her bra and wraps itself around her breasts. Saya, what are you trying to do here? Is Saya just curious? Or... Her ears are filled with the sound of something slimy sliding over her skin. As the loathsome assault continues, the unimaginable terror threatens to drive Yo utterly mad. Her throat is already raw from screaming, and now she can't even breathe as she struggles desperately against her attacker. Boob. Saya. Suddenly, the thing pulls away. Yo falls to the floor, unable to support herself on her unresponsive legs. Oh! Oh, that's very interesting. Now that I say that, I know a bunch of trans girls who love that idea. Really? What kind of perverts would love that idea? The creature that grabbed her is still here, lurking in the dark corner of the room. She can feel it watching her, but can't bring herself to turn around. She knows that seeing it will likely destroy the last vestiges of her sanity. Yeah, of course. You're so normal. Yeah, I'm so normal. Okay, we could probably put the Padoru away for now. The most vanilla bunnies. Yeah. I don't even know what a kink is. I would keep that sensor on hand. Yeah, I still have it. I just, we can pop it out anytime we need. From close by comes the... Huh? Oh! Bark, bark, woof, woof! Bark, bark, bark! Bark, bark, bark! Bark, bark! Totally don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you for the head pats, Holly. A kink is that thing hoses get? It's hose, not hoses. Cute bunny and cute puppy. Oh. I'm glad I have my blushy on. Scaring the hoses. I'm at the gardening section of Home Depot. Peppy. Yeah, Peppy. I want an emote like that, Holly. I love that emote so much. Hose, hoses, either way, I can't trust them. Yo hears a cheerful electronic sound, terribly out of place in this room, and sees the phone in her hand blink coldly. A new text message has arrived. She is powerless to stop herself from reading the characters on the screen. You're pretty, and your breasts are so big and soft. Wow, Saya's really rizzing her up here. I bet they're good for attracting males. Yeah, this is how trans girls flirt, I think. Yeah. Saya is the ultimate trans girl allegory. I've seen these Tumblr posts. Here's the thing. It would work on me. If a trans girl texted me that, I'd be like, would. It's a good bark and it's great that so many people love it. Yeah. Now she has her answer. The messages from Omi's phone were sent by that thing that just mauled her breasts. God. Yo curls up into a tiny sobbing ball, unable to raise her voice or even move. Oh God, please save me. The creature makes a burbling sound. Yo somehow understands that it's laughing at her. Sayana Uta, story of breast envy. VTuber Priscilla, a story of breast envy. Totally not coping with how my model is designed. It's like a half cope, because the other half was my my model mommy was like, listen, I really like rigging boobs. Can I make yours really big? And I was like, yeah. That must be how you tempted Fuminori. You tried to steal him from me, didn't you, thief? Something cold seizes Yo's ankles, then travels slowly up her legs until it has covered her entire lower body. Some primal female instinct tells her exactly what is going to happen. She will be powerless to resist a fate worse than death. I get a feeling we'll need censor Padoru. Yeah. Stop, she pleads feebly, even though there is no hope that the inhumane creature will be merciful. Please. Not that. She hears its bubbling laughter again. The thing is enjoying her sorrow, her despair. Saya, you gotta have some empathy. This happened to you and now you're doing it to somebody else. I guess that's kind of the way things go with this, though. Yo no longer has the strength to resist the monster on top of her. She is only able to shiver in revulsion as the cold, slimy thing covers her body. Why did Saya spell yogurt over here? Yeah, I don't know. Saya's just a messy child. Her sight grows dim as her mind sinks deeper and deeper into the black swamp-like abyss. A weight pushes itself between her legs, but it seems so far away. Saya's exploring a new side of herself. She's like, I'm just doing this to, you know, because I'm jealous. I won't kill you. Though her mind is now barely functioning, Yo hears a voice whisper to her inside of her head. It is a girl's voice, sweet and sinister, with the cruel innocence of a child gleefully plucking the wings from a butterfly. No, poor butterflies. Yeah, Saya... Yo is gonna live. We got the good ending. Everything will be alright. Instead, I'll let you share in our happiness. Rejoice, Yo. We'll love you to death. Is this turning into like a poly thing? The soft voice is a stark contrast to the unyielding strength that drives irresistibly into Yo's core. Yeah, this is trans girls flirting, and it works. I know I've said this before, but if somebody texted me this, if somebody texted me that, it would be over for me. I would instantly be like, yeah. The pain is sharp and savage, greater than anything she has ever felt before. True. It should be unbearable, but there is no longer enough left of Yo's mind to recognize it as pain. Oh. While she stares blankly as the thing slithers deeper and deeper into her body, an idle thought floats into her fading consciousness. I've still never been kissed, have I? Oh. This is the blurriest car. It has begun to snow by the time they pass Utsunomiya on the Tohoku Expressway. God, words are so hard. Anyway, here's a car. Yeah, in from, like, there was no chill with that scene. That scene was just incredibly brutal, and then I was like, okay, anyway, back to wacky racers with Fuminori and Koji. The car is more censored than that scene was. I hope the roads aren't snowed out, Koji says. In the passenger seat, Fuminori is gazing out the frosted window in silence. He's been in this trance-like state in this trance-like state for almost an hour now. Taking advantage of his initiation, Koji stares unabashedly at Fuminori from the corner of his eye. He still doesn't understand the danger signals that he's been getting from the man. Fuminori has stopped avoiding Koji, and he's even looking him in the eye when he talks. So why does he seem more distant now than he did when he was trying to push his friends away? A steak. A smooch? Okay, I'm sick. I hope I don't get you sick, but... Fuminori's posture is steak. I like steak. I had a Freudian slip about steak. Fuminori's posture is noticeably relaxed, but his gaze never wavers, not even for a moment. It's as though he is focused on a clearly defined future that he has chosen to bring about, one that has no place for needs or wants of others. The bunny craves the T-bone. Right now, Fuminori is complete. Koji can't help but feel that beneath his bland exterior is the core of solid steel that no one can touch. About Omi, Koji says suddenly, trying to gauge Fuminori's reaction. It's been a week since she disappeared, and we still haven't heard from her. Aw, thank you, Dusty. Oh, Fuminori replies curtly, still staring into the distance. That's not good. I wonder what happened to her. Fuminori's tone is completely emotionless. Koji might as well have asked him about the weather, the condition, or the mountain roads near their
もう一
destination.
度聞くが、お前何か思い当たる節はないか？
I asked you this before, but you're sure you don't have any idea what happened to her?
いや、全然。
Not a clue, Fuminori answers, in exactly the same tone that he used when Koji first questioned him following Omi's disappearance.
まるで気にかけてないみたいだな。
Koji's eyes narrow. It's like you don't give a damn.
そんなことないさ。
That's not true. Finally, Fuminori shows some emotion. He sounds hurt, like he can't believe Koji could think such a
彼
thing.
女、僕の家に来る途中でいなくなったんだろ。もちろん
She
僕だって心配だよ。
She disappeared on the way to my place, didn't she? Of course I'm worried. Sudden frustration wells up inside Koji. If possible, he'd like nothing more than to beat the secrets out of Fuminori's head. Koji is worried sick about Omi. To have his concern brushed off so coldly would be unbearable coming from a complete stranger. But from Fuminori, who is his best friend, it's... Fuminori never used to be this callous. Even if Koji tried to interrogate him, he'd probably never find out what changed him so. If Fuminori were still hiding inside the shell he'd erected around himself after the accident, Koji might have been able to get some answers out of him. With this sly, evasive Fuminori, however, there's nothing Koji can do. Fuminori will never reveal his true intentions, not to anyone. All that's left, then, is for Koji to discover the truth on his own.
近江はな、筑波のことでお前に話があったんだ。
Omi was going to talk to you about Tsukuba, you know?
うん。
Oh? Fuminori smiles bitterly at the mention of Tsukuba's name, perhaps feeling sympathy for her pain. Yeah. Koji all, wow, I should beat this man's face in, and then not following through. Honestly, yeah. Koji's also going to have a play date with Saya, isn't he? I'd be very interested to see if Saya is going to look different when we see her again. If she's going to look like Tsukuba or y'all. It's kind of awkward to beat someone's head in while you're driving. Yeah. But I mean, you know, that's why cruise control exists, right? To Koji, however, it seems like pity, the sort one directs at an ant or a worm.
筑波さんか。
Would you still love me if I was a worm?
参ったね。まあ、あんなことがあった後だからさ、最近声がかけづらくて。
I wouldn't know what to say. To be honest, it's been hard to talk to her after what happened. Oh, that would be really interesting. Unbelievable. If Fuminori's feelings for Yo were really this cold, then he would have rejected her when she first confessed to him. But he didn't, or at least the Fuminori before the accident didn't. Once again, Koji can't help but wonder if the man who looks like this friend is really a different person, who only possesses the memories of Sakisaka Fuminori. This game is so much longer than I thought. The snow has stopped falling when they get off the West Nasu Flats interchange. The area must already be getting a lot of snow, however, as the nearby mountains are covered in white beneath the trees. By the time they turn off the highway and enter the mountains, road conditions are already bad enough for Koji to regret having forgotten tire chains. Yeah, that's very true. Saya was the worm love analogy before trans self-consciousness was cool. I've had trans self-consciousness since I was born. Just parry the slick roads easy. Yeah, what are you, a casual? Nevertheless, he continues to power his car up the precarious slopes with only a road map to guide him. In places like this, an address isn't enough to pinpoint a location. His only choice is to drive down every road, including private roads that aren't even on the map, while searching for something that matches the photograph.
本当にこんな場所に別荘なんてあるのか
You got iframes? Use them. Who would buy a home in a place like this?
人目につかないところだからこそ、大貝教授は気に入ったはずなんだ。
It's far from prying eyes. That must be why Dr. Ogai chose it. Would you want someone here to make a game using you as the main character? That would be sick. That'd be pretty heckin' cool. Like, I would never make anybody do that, but you know, I did have a friend who was planning on making a visual novel, like a dating game, a long time ago. And they were like, hey, can I make Priscilla one of the characters in my dating game? And I was like, yeah, that sounds awesome. The more he hears about Ogai, the less Koji wants to meet him. That sounds really cool. I'd love if someone put my character into a dating game. You're a mailbox, right? There's already plenty of games inspired you by you, just like a Toho. Yeah, my old design, I used to get so much. Because people would look at my art and they'd be like, oh, are you based on Resin? Or like they would see my art and just be like, oh, you're like Resin from Toho. People would love to shove their packages in a mailbox. Fuminori is the one who spots the narrow road half hidden in the trees. It's practically an animal trail. Animal! I'm an animal! I get that all the time. Overgrown with weeds that are tall and strong enough to withstand the weight of the snow.
これ本当に道か
Email like e-boy or e-girl. I love that. Is this really a road? Koji stops the car and sticks his head out of the window to stare into the dark forest, but he can't see where the path leads through the tightly packed
写
trees.
真だとどう見える？
How does it look to you? Fuminori hands Koji the photo, where he compares the mountain ridges visible beyond the
なる
trees.
ほどな
Yeah,
アン
it's
グルは間違いない
definitely the right angle.
行ってみよ
Let's check it out. Fuminori's tone is as flat as always, but there is a quiet intensity in his voice that leaves no room for argument. Although Koji is worried about his car's suspension, won't be able to handle the terrain, there's no turning back now. He shifts into second gear and starts down the frozen road. Yay! It's just like a horror movie. Except the murderer is in the car with you. The sun sets early at high altitudes. As the car creeps up the mountain path, Koji catches glimpses through the trees of the gradually darkening sky. The forest is completely still, with no sound save for the rumbling of the car engine and the crackle of snow and brush beneath its tires. Fuminori is once again staring silently through the front window. In the ominous silence, Koji feels the same faint chill that he felt when standing before Ogai's suburban home. Murder mystery, but the murderer is among us. You know, I saw this game a while ago, and it wasn't out at the time. I wonder if it's out now. But it was like, it's like Stardew Valley, except one person in the town, every save file is randomly a murderer. And if you don't figure it out soon enough, then people start dying off, and then you don't get to, like, romance them. I don't remember the name of that game, but I was very interested in it and tried to keep up with it, but then I forgot because I have the memory of a bunny. As in, like, there just is a bunny. Grave Seasons? Yeah, that was it. I wonder if that's out yet. In the ominous silence, Koji feels the same faint chill that he felt when standing before Ogai's suburban home. It feels wrong, although he is traveling deeper and deeper into the world not his own. After some time, a blocky shape suddenly appears amid the trees, standing out against the twilight sky. Still, dang. That sucks. Koji turns off the engine and compares the structure in front of him to the picture in his hand. A perfect match. Before he can tell Fuminori, however, his friend is already out of the car. Hey! Realizing that it's pointless to call out to him, Koji shakes his head, grabs the flashlight from the glove compartment, and follows Fuminori across the snow-covered yard. Yeah, that Death Note game. I want to play that. It looks really cool. The photo must not have been taken recently, as the old rundown cabin before them has clearly been left to the mercy of the elements for some time. The front door appears to be locked, but Fuminori kicks it down without a second thought. Koji just watches, knowing that nothing he could say now would matter. All of the windows are shut with heavy curtains, and the gloom inside is thick and stifling. Fuminori turns on his own flashlight and starts rummaging through the cabin without regard for its owner's privacy. Koji is reluctant to do the same, but it is obvious that this mountain retreat has been abandoned for a long time. Just like the house in Tokyo, there's no point in being considerate now. He goes to search a different room. A bad idea. I would not go to a different room. Soon after entering the cabin, however, he realizes that their search is meaningless. There's nothing inside but the bare necessities of life. Some rooms are even completely empty, save for a thick layer of dust in the floor. Of what few pieces of furniture are present, more than half appear to have never been used. There's an empty chest of drawers without a single scratch or handprint, but bearing the telltale signs of mold and moisture damage. The condition of the cabin is eerie, though in a different way than the filthiness of the house in the city. It's like someone put together a mock-up of a home and then left it to decay. The only signs that anyone lived here are found in the toilet, the bath, the kitchen, and the bedroom. It appears that the cabin was never used for anything but eating and sleeping. Beneath the darkened sky, the snow itself seems to glow with a cold white light. The scene is like something out of a fairy tale, but to Koji, it serves only as an unpleasant reminder that he has stepped outside of the reality that he knows. Next to the front porch is a plain wooden door, half buried in the ground. It's locked, of course, but Koji sees no reason for restraint after what Fuminori did to the front door. Should have expected that. The door offers surprisingly little resistance to Koji's heavy kick. Breaking open to reveal a set of concrete stairs leading down into a pitch-black basement. Oh. I mean, if you're kicking one door in, yeah. I love kicking doors in. Koji would prefer to leave such a foreboding place to Fuminori, but it's not like he can just ask him to take his place. Maybe. He descends into the chilly darkness, the beam of his flashlight leading the way. Dude, why are you doing this without Fuminori? In for a penny, in for pounding doors in, I guess. Dang, jealous of those doors. There turns out to be nothing in the basement but a storage room and a boiler, exactly what one would expect to find in an isolated mountain cabin. The few packages of preserved food sitting on the shelves have long since passed their expiration dates. And the boiler doesn't appear to have been used in years. Koji guesses that Ogai's mountain home has been abandoned longer than the house in Tokyo. Was Fuminori simply mistaken when he said that Ogai might be here? Or was he lying from the beginning? Not sure what to do next, Koji goes back up the stairs and walks around the outside of the cabin, and there he finds the backyard. Oh, a well. Well. It is in much worse condition than the front yard, having been mostly reclaimed by the forest. It must have been neglected even when the cabin was still in use. True. I'm gonna head to bed. Okay, have a good night, Holy. I hope you rest well. The remnants of the woodshed lie in the yard, the mushrooms growing on it speaking to how much time has passed since its collapse. Next to the rotten logs, however, stands a circle of stone that has not yet succumbed to the elements. Aw, thank you, Holly. The ring. A well. The well has no bucket or pulley, and when Koji peers carefully into it, he sees that the water is no longer flowing. It's probably less than 10 meters deep, depending on how much mud is piled up inside. Koji's search of the cabin has revealed nothing of interest, inside or out. Leaning against the edge of the well, Koji wonders why Ogai brought this remote home deep in the mountains, and what he was doing here. As far as Koji can tell, there's no sign that more than one person ever stayed here. It's far from prying eyes. Fuminori's words play back in Koji's head. Could this have been some sort of secret refuge, a place to remain hidden from the world? That would explain why there's nothing to suggest that whoever lived here did anything more than eat and sleep. Koji suddenly remembers the doctor he met yesterday at T University. Maybe she'd know something. He takes out his phone and calls up the number. There's barely a signal, but it manages to get through. Surprised there isn't a signal. No, voicemail. Crisp. Well, it sounds like it's just mud in the well. Koji's hopes are soon dashed, however, when his call goes straight to Dr. Tanbo's voicemail. He considers calling back later, but realizes that it would be hard to talk to her with Fuminori around. Fuminori would not at all be pleased to learn that Koji and Yo went to see his doctor. The mud adds flavor. No! Look, I can excuse eating human bodies. I will not excuse eating mud. Koji decides that he better tell the doctor what he can while he's still alone. Fine, more mud for me. Just shoving mud in a mailbox. Hello, this is Tono Koji. Thank you for your help yesterday. Koji leaves a clear and concise message explaining that he went with Fuminori to Ogai's mountain retreat, giving the address and asking for confirmation that the property belongs to Ogai. Yeah, I kind of agree. I'll call again when I get back to Tokyo. Goodbye. No. Listen. Koji is cooked. He is not getting out of this alive. He's donezo. After hanging up, Koji thinks back to their visit to the hospital. Is Dr. Tanbo actually investigating like she said she would? Her reluctance to speak of Dr. Ogai is weighing on his mind. He talked to Yo about it on the way home, but they were unable to decide whether the doctor could really be trusted. Speaking of which, how is Yo doing? Koji hasn't seen her today. He didn't say a word to her about his trip to Tochigi. She might be worried, especially so soon after Omi's disappearance. I think she's a bit preoccupied. Oh, that'd be interesting. Thinking to check up on her, Koji dials Yo's number and is surprised when it rings longer than it usually does. Did she forget her phone somewhere? Just as he's about to give up, the call connects. Yeah? This is my favorite sound to hear when I call somebody. The first thing Koji hears is a strange sound. It's not signal interference, but some kind of wet, distorted noise, like the voiceless groans or perhaps sobs of someone far away. Why did you call a scuba diver? No, that's exactly what they are. The person on the other side is crying.
Tsukuba.
Tsukuba? Is that you? Who's there? There's a response, but is it really Tsukuba's voice? It's too twisted with agony for Koji to tell. Panic surges through Koji as he realizes that something is terribly wrong.
コーチだ。殿コーチだよ。Tsukuba なのか？今どこなんだ？
It's Koji, Tono Koji. Is that you, Tsukuba? Where are you? After a short period of nothing but pain moans, words start coming through the speaker one by one, as though each takes an act of will. I was attacked by a monster, and now there's something wrong with my body.
何があった？おい、Tsukuba、大丈夫か？
What? What happened? Are you alright? You almost be delirious because Koji can't understand a thing she's saying. Her gasps and wheezes, however, are enough to tell him that she's in unimaginable pain. I'm rotting away. My skin is melting. Oh. My ear just came off. I wonder if she's gonna turn into a monster just like Saya. Gamer girl soup, oh no. She's not making any sense. Koji feels despair, sees his heart in an iron grip. What is happening to Yo now, 100 kilometers away? Only her voice gives any hint to what she's going through. There's nothing he can do for her. Help me, Koji, this... Yubi. This isn't how my fingers are supposed to look.
Tsukuba、警察を呼べ。助けを呼ぶんだ。
Sorry. Call the cops, Scuba. Call for help. Yeah. I think Koji's getting pushed down this well. No, I can't let anyone see me like this. So it sounds like Saya's plan was to turn Yo into a monster and make her basically their pet. Finally, some good food. Yeah, she's gonna look normal to him. Yo suddenly breaks into a violent hacking cough. Hey, me! Maybe I was Yo all along. I look at myself and I'm just a human, a cursed human, instead of being a bunny. As though trying to expel something filling her throat.
Tsukuba!
Scuba. Yo, I was gonna find out if Fuminori is a monster girl fetish. I mean... Koji screams into his phone, his reason overwhelmed by unimaginable horror. Which is why he's unable to react when his phone is suddenly knocked from his hand, and also why he didn't notice Fuminori sneaking up on him until it was too late. That, How do I get that to happen to me? How do I get that pet treatment?
No.
What? Fuminori seizes Koji's lower jaw with his right hand, cutting off Koji's angry shout. Koji can hardly believe the strength of the smaller man's grip. Shut up! I didn't do that! I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't. How do I get pushed into a well? I know how to get pushed into a well. I can do that easily. Yeah, I was just yeah. See? I don't even need an excuse, because obviously I would never. Anyway, back to the video game that we're playing. You know, book club. His biggest mistake was leaning back against the well. Yeah. There is nothing, nothing to grab onto as Fuminori pushes him backwards over the edge. He can only flail his arms vainly against the air. Koji soon loses his balance entirely. Bye, Koji! There he goes. He feels a terrifying weightlessness as the world spins before his eyes. Before he can realize what happened, his back strikes something with tremendous force. Oof. He thrashes wildly as cold, dirty water fills his mouth and freezes him to his core. Only when his fingers find the wall of the well is he able to regain his sense of direction and right himself. On his hands and knees in the mud, Koji vomits filthy water out of his lungs. Fuminori! He tries to shout, but it comes out as a hoarse groan distorted by the echo in the cramped space. Oh, man. Why does Koji get the crispy water? Maybe you should be thrown into a well. Mailbox. It sounds like you would enjoy that. I'm sorry, that came off as kind of like a threat. Okay, you know what? I'm doubling down. Next time you come into contact with a well, be careful if you see a bunny around. Better change it from a threat to a promise. But you gotta say, well, before you do it. Okay, yeah. Fuminori's laughter, on the other hand, is as clear as a bell. Sorry for interrupting your call, he says scornfully. Here, I'll return this. You know what would be really messed up is if Koji still had the keys on him and Fuminori just could not leave this place. Fuminori tosses Koji's phone into the well. Koji catches it just before it hits him in the face, but finds that the battery pack has been removed, rendering it useless. Well, I hope. What the hell are you doing? This is no joke. It's a miracle that Koji is uninjured. He could easily have broken his neck. And just because he's not hurt doesn't mean he's safe. Koji feels around the inside of the well, searching for something to hold on to, but the mud-covered stone offers no purchase. It's obvious that he won't be able to get out without help. God, this is so messed up.
君って本当に運がないんだね。
Too bad the fall didn't kill you. Now you have to freeze to death. You really have no luck,
お
Koji.
前おいまさか
You can't be serious, Koji starts to say, but trails off as the pieces finally come together in his head. Today's sudden change in Fuminori's attitude, that smile that always seemed somehow malevolent. Fuminori hadn't been smiling at Koji, but at the thought of his friend's death.
どうして
Why? He can't wrap his head around this turn of events. Why would Fuminori try to kill him? True, Fuminori had wanted Koji to stay out of his business, but is it really a motive for murder?
別段今すぐ殺す必要なんてなかったんだけどね。もしかしたらお前は僕の邪魔をするようになりやすかもしれないし。
It's not that I needed you dead right now, exactly, but you might have become trouble later
せっか
on.
く人目につかないところまで出かけるんならついでにと思ってさ。
So I figured I might as well take advantage of this remote location too. Well.
ついでにってお前そんな理由で俺を
Might as well? You're doing this on a
お前
whim?
死ぬのに理由が欲しいのか。
Do you really need a reason to die? Fuminori replies coldly. He sounds truly amazed that Koji would ask such a
何
thing.
様のつもりだコージ。人は何の理由もなく死ぬんだよ。
Living the life down there.
僕も危うくそうなりかけた。
What makes you so special, Koji? People die for no reason at all. My parents did, and I almost followed them.
むちゃくちゃだ
You're crazy.
そんなに理由が欲しいなら一人でじっくり考えなよ。そこでなら時間はたっぷりあるだろ。
Come up with your own reason then, why don't you? You'll have plenty of time down there. Fuminori disappears from view, leaving Koji alone in the darkness with nothing to connect him to the outside
文
world.
則おい文則
Koji shouts at the top of his lungs, knowing beyond a doubt that if Fuminori leaves, all hope of rescue will vanish with him. No one will ever hear him calling for help from the bottom of this mountain well.
筑波が
Yikes.
筑波が大変なんだおい文則聞いてくれここから出してくれ
In his desperation, Koji no longer comprehends the futility of begging for mercy. No god or devil will answer him. His only hope is that Fuminori will have a change of heart. Praying for a miracle, he keeps calling Fuminori's name. Pun-based comedy aside, kind of a terrifying scene. Yeah, of all the ways to die in this game, honestly, this one, so terrifying. Like a slow, drawn-out death like this is, yikes. Eventually, the sky grows dark as the bottom of the well. Koji can no longer make out the edge of the opening, and he has long since lost track of how many hours he's been screaming. Nevertheless, he continues to scream, for he knows that the despair silence brings will kill him. At least he gets the crispy water. Yep. I feel great. The same feeling that you get when the last piece of a difficult puzzle slides smoothly into place. You know, Fuminori, I don't know if anybody's told you this, but you're a little, like, you might need, like, some psychological help. I have killed a man, and no one will ever know. It is a long way back to civilization, but neither the cold nor the exhaustion can ruin my good mood as I walk alone down the snow-covered mountain road. I was tempted to use Koji's car, but that would have introduced a flaw into the plan. Wait, so you're really gonna walk? I don't want anyone to connect me to his disappearance. The plan formed in my mind the moment I realized how remote the location was. How are you gonna walk this, dude? True. In which case, it would be perfect. It would be the perfect spot to take care of a problem. I knew coming all the way out to Tochigi wouldn't be a waste of time. 50 miles? I would die walking like 3 miles. Like, I'll just lay down and die. I didn't even need to use the meat cleaver hidden under my jacket. A dry well. It's like fate itself provided me with the perfect setting. Sayo! Hi, Sayo! It's good to see you. Oh my god. Oh my god. True, yeah. He can't even perceive the world correctly and he's gonna walk for 50 miles in it. That idiot didn't even realize the danger he was in, and his phone call distracted him enough for me to take him by surprise. Okay, but did you find anything in the house at all? Now one of the two people whose questions might have caused trouble for me and Saya has vanished from the face of the earth. All that's left is to eliminate the other. I think Saya's already got you covered. How are you doing, Saya? Sayo no Uta. I got you covered. Yeah. Oh, just a 2-day walk in like the freezing cold. Sakuba, yo, I mustn't underestimate her just because she's less aggressive than Koji. Even she would be able to see a connection between the disappearance of her two friends. I don't think she really did. She didn't do much. Totally didn't doom scroll the day away. I get that. It would be funny if Fuminori just died of exposure. I suppose I should be thankful that it was Yo to whom Koji was talking on the phone. If he'd reported their location to a third party, I'd have to track down and eliminate that person too. I'm a little worried about what they were discussing, but judging by how Koji was screaming into the phone, they probably weren't exchanging detailed information. Either way, I'd better get rid of Yo as soon as possible. Yeah. After walking all night long, I finally reached the Nasu Flat station just as the train started running. I guess if he only had to walk some of the distance and then take a train back, that's not too bad. It only takes an hour to get back to Tokyo on the Limited Express. It's not enough time to rest, but I'm too wound up for that to matter. Besides, I don't want to waste any time thinking up a way to kill Yo. People happy. Using the cabin again would be too dangerous, and I'm not sure how to get her out of there in the first place. I just exploded in her face the other day. I thought he was going to say he's going to just kill her by making her explode. I doubt that she'll be as quick to trust me as Koji was, which means that it will be difficult to get her alone. No, it was actually very easy to get her alone. Incredibly easy. Like, no, like, you are really overestimating her. I could ask Saya for her opinion, but even I have some pride. I want to show that I'm a man who can take care of business. Yeah, it's a man's job to kill people. And it's a woman's job to cut their corpse up into food, obviously. Unfortunately, I'm unable to come up with anything before I get home. I suppose I should just be proud of having dealt with Koji, the immediate threat. It's just a game, right? There's really a knife play? Yeah. Knife play. Saya isn't all that concerned about the doctor's whereabouts, so looking for him is just something to satisfy my own curiosity. Well, what about my curiosity? I want to know what's going on. Tadaima! I'm home. It's morning, half a day later than I normally get home, and the sound of Saya running down the stairs tells me just how impatient she was for my return. It makes me feel warm inside.
おかえりふみのり。
Welcome home, Fuminori. She throws her arms around my neck. Her smile is at least 20% brighter than
遅くな
usual.
ってごめんな。いろいろ予定が変わったもんで。
It's 20% cooler. Sorry I'm late. There was a change of plans.
私の方ももうちょっとで準備が終わるとこ。
It's okay. I'm just about done with my preparations too.
準備
Preparations? Saya responds to my confusion with a mischievous smile.
ふみのりをね、びっくりさせる準備。
I'm getting a surprise ready for you. We're gonna have a puppy. We're getting a new puppy. She's actually a little
ど
pony.
ういうこと
What would Saya's cutie mark be? What kind of surprise?
まだ内緒。それよりふみのり疲れてるでしょ。お腹空いてる？それと
That's
も
a secret.
お風呂？
Anyway, aren't you tired? Do you want to eat or take a bath first? I don't realize how hungry I am until Saya mentions it. I walked all night without a bite to eat, and now my stomach's emptiness becomes painfully clear. However, I can sit down to a leisurely meal while covered. I can't sit down to a leisurely meal while covered in dirt and sweat of the
軽
road.
く何か口に入れて、それから風呂に入りたいな。
I'd like to grab a quick snack and get in a long hot bath first.
そう言うと思って沸かしてあるよお風呂。一晩中外にいたんだもんね。寒かったでしょ。
I mean, I'll say your name too, Sayo. Sayo. Would you good Sayo? I thought you'd say that, so I got the bath ready. You must be cold after being out all night. Wait, how long has the bath been ready? When did you know I'd get home? Thank you for the hydrate. I am out of water now. You're silly. You're silly. I'm gonna boop you on the nose if you're not careful.
ああ、そりゃも
Yeah, I sure am. No. I'm gonna boop you all in the nose. Smooch myself. But... Okay. Mwah. True. I think Japanese baths have like a thermostat, literally. Like you get to pick a number temperature. I'm amazed by Saya's foresight. She's always ready to give me what I want before I want it. I was talking with a coworker about how I was sick and how I needed to take like a boiling hot shower to like be able to breathe again. And my coworker was like, what is with women and their boiling hot showers? And I was like, listen, estrogen makes you cold, okay? Thank you for the head pat and a stretch. Oh. Sounds familiar. Yeah, I wonder who I had that convo with. Cold showers are good for health. True, but I've never done anything good for my health. I'm amazed by Saya's foresight. She's always ready to give me what I want before I want it. Sounds like you had a hard time. There's something really weird about his face here. Like it looks like a Ken doll or something. Do I have estrogen? You might have estrogen. While soaking in the bath together, I tell Saya about my
殺すのは
adventure.
思った以上に楽だったんだよ。
Adventure?
帰り道がね。
Killing him was easier than I thought. The hard part was getting home. The heat of the bath is soothing, as is the sensation of Saya leaning back against my chest as she massages the fatigue out of my stiff leg muscles. Ah, I'm home. Contentment fills me. I don't even need to sleep to relieve my exhaustion. Just like the living room and the bedroom, the bathroom is painted in the colors that Saya and I find pleasing. We've left the entrance and hallway untouched, just in case someone should see inside. So these 3 rooms are the only places I can relax in my own home.
この季節でも山の寒さは尋常じゃないね。薄着で行ったのはつくづく失敗だった。
How was your day, dear? Oh, just murdered my lifelong friend. You know how it is. Just another day. It was cold in the mountains, even for winter. I should have worn heavier
夜中
clothing.
あたりは凍死するんじゃないかってヒヤヒヤしたよ。
I was afraid I'd freeze to death when it got dark.
そのコージって人の服も取り上げて重ね着してくればよかったのに。
Why didn't you just take that Koji person's
お
clothes?
いおい、コウジは井戸に落としたんだってば。着てた服も井戸の底だよ。
Why didn't you just climb down, get his clothes, and then leave? I pushed him into a well, remember? His clothes were with him at the bottom.
そっか。
Ah. Oh, yeah. Saya laughs and sticks her tongue out bashfully. I love this conversation where they're just very casually talking
あ
about
と
murder.
心配なのがつくばよって女の人。
So now there's just that scuba girl to worry
コウ
about.
ジが消えたのと僕のことを結びつけて考えそうなのは、そいつ一人だけだからね。
She's the only person I can think of
や
who
っと
can
安心できるんだが。
who can connect me to Koji's disappearance. After I take care of her, we can finally relax.
うーん。
Yeah, it's funny that Saya isn't talking about it. I love Saya just blepping at the thought of murder. Yeah, she's just like, I really do see why everybody loves Saya. Saya glances at me over her shoulder like she knows something that I
その
don't.
人の殺し方、もう文則は考えてあるの？
Have you already thought of a way to kill her?
それがまだなんだ。いろいろと考えたんだけどね。だか
Well,
らサヤの知恵も借りようかと思ってさ。
well, just gonna throw her in another well. Well, I've been thinking about it, but I haven't come up with anything yet. I was hoping that you might have some
任
ideas.
せといて。
Leave it to me, she says, grinning with unusual
さやは
confidence.
ね、文則が想像もつかないような方法を知ってるよ。
I've got ways you've never dream of. It's as good as done. Aw, such a cute little murderous psychopath.
そうか。
Hi, Chen50. Really?
さてと、もういい加減仕上がってる頃だし。
Okay, it should be ready by now. Saya's voice is full of anticipation. She rises from the
いいよ
bath.
文則
Come on, I
見て
have
ほしい
something
も
to
の
show
がある
you.
んだ。
Oh boy.
目をつぶって私がいいって言うまで開いちゃダメ。わかった？
Close your eyes and don't open them until I say so, okay? You're getting a surprise.
うん。
I hope it's a new collar, or I mean, like a birthday present. I have no idea what's going on, but I do as Saya says and close my eyes. She takes my hand and leads me up the stairs. As I wonder what she has in store for me, the sound of crying reaches my ears. I stiffen. They really are meant for each other?
Saya.
Yeah, definitely.
上に何かいるんじゃ。
Is someone here?
目を開けちゃダメ。
No peeking, she admonishes me, then strokes my arm soothingly.
危ないものじゃないから安心して。大丈夫。
This is so, Very much like Coffin of Andy and Laylee. Don't worry, there's no danger.
あ
All right. Little by little, the crying grows louder. I can hear the pain and misery in every choked sob. At first, I'm amazed that Saya would let someone in our house after what happened 2 days ago. But then I realize that something is strange. Isn't Saya the only one whose voice can carry such clear emotion to me? Yep, yeah. Although my eyes are still closed when Saya leads me into the bedroom, my ears tell me that there is someone only a few feet away, and yet I smell none of the human body odor that normally turns my stomach.
さあご対面文則目を開けて
Okay, time to say hello. Open your eyes. I open my eyes, and I am struck dumb by what I see. Tsukuba Yo is curled up on the floor with not a scrap of clothing to cover her shivering body. It looks like she's the one that got the collar. When I first lay eyes upon her naked flesh, I am entranced by the sensuality of her generous proportions, far more mature than I would have expected from her usually pure and innocent appearance. Oh. Huh. I wonder if when Saya is turning somebody into like a monster that Fuminori can see, if she can like edit the proportions of them, I guess. She made herself a pet sister. Normal. Yeah, that's pretty normal. I mean, doesn't everybody have a pet sister or is a pet sister, right? I'm not the only one, right? Wait, forget about that. Why is she in my bedroom, naked? Moreover, why is she
どう文則この子の体どんな風に見える
still a pet sister? I'm a pet sister and you should pet me, your sister. Well, how does she look to you?
綺麗だでもなんで僕にもちゃんと
She's beautiful, but why can I... Thank you for the head pat. It doesn't make sense. This is the Tsukuba Yo I remember, not the putrid creature whose attentions I found so unbearable after the accident. My senses recognize her as human, as the human that she is.
この子ね文則のことが好きだったんだって
This girl loves you, you know. I do know, but I've never told Saya. How did she find out?
だから私この子の体を作り変えてあげたのちゃんと文則にも可愛がって
Is it because you
もら
don't
えるよ
have
うな
enough points
姿
to head pat? So I decided to change her body into one that you can love back. Saya pauses to gauge my reaction, then continues with a satisfied nod. She's proud.
私の同類にしてあげたの
I made her like me.
どうしてどうやって
Ah. What? How? I still don't understand why Saya chose Yo, but this last statement is even more baffling. She changed
ね
Yo?
え文則おとといも言ったでしょ私には他の生き物の体に細工ができるんだって
Mold my body. Give me my ideal body, please. And thank you. If you give it a few minutes, you'll be able to head pat me. Don't you remember what I said the other day? I can mold bodies of other living things. Yes, I remember. She claimed to have done something to Suzumi's brain. I didn't doubt her sincerity then, but I suppose that some part of me thought that she was exaggerating. I hadn't seen her handiwork firsthand. But
隣の
now...
おじさんにしたような小細工じゃなくて今回のは大掛かりな変換だったけどでもこれが私の能力の本当の使い方なんだよ
It was a big change this time, not like the other little tweak I made to the man next door, but this is how my abilities are really meant to be used. What do you mean meant to be used? Who... Yeah, I was gonna say, it's very interesting phrasing. Did Dr. Ogai create Saya to do this? Or did Dr. Ogai find Saya in a different place?
実際にやってみたのはこれが初めてなんだけど
This is my first time doing it though.
本当によ。
Is this really Yo? Yo finally notices my presence and turns her head to face me. I see a faint glimmer of recognition in her glassy, unfocused eyes. Her features are exactly as I remember them. Incredible. This is far beyond cosmetic surgery. Once a twisted creature, unrecognizable as human, Yo is now the very image of human femininity. There is no similarity between what she was and what she is, which can only mean that she has become something utterly inhuman. According to Saya, she has become what Saya is.
人か人目の生態構造についてはねサヤはもうこの星で一番のエキスパートなの
Gay?
いっぱい勉強したからね
No one on this planet knows more about the biology of Homo sapiens than I do, Saya declares, her voice full of pride in her recognition and her creation. I've studied a lot.
勉強って何を誰から学んだんだ。いつどうやって。
Studied? How did you learn this? Who taught you? When? I couldn't have learned it from She couldn't have learned it from Dr. Ogai. No teacher on Earth could impart such knowledge or skill.
だって毎日文則の注ぎ込んでもらったじゃない私の中に
Come on, don't you remember what you've been giving me every night? Saya blushes. Blush?
あれ要は人間っていう生き物の設計図みたいなものだから That's like the blueprint for the human body. 私にはそれを読み解くことができるの好きなようにいじることもね
I can decipher it and then I can bend it to my will. Interesting. What is she, really? I've accepted that she isn't human, but there's more to her than that. Saya is something that far transcends my species. This is also how trans girls flirt. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
でもねやっぱり最初だったもんだから手際よくできなくって
Is she old enough? She's probably older than us, if I had to guess. It was my first time though, so I might have messed up a little. No, you did fine. When Saya approaches, Yo trembles and tries to crawl away, but is only able to flail her arms and legs wildly. It's like she doesn't know how to move her own body. And the only sound coming out of her mouth are frightened
喋れない
moans.
のか。
She can't talk?
あいにく心の方は壊れちゃったみたい
Yeah, Saya says in mild disappointment. I guess the change broke her mind. Oh, great, we're getting into mind break, huh?
なんだかんだで返信が終わるまでに20時間もかかっちゃったから
I mean,
ち
it
ょっ
did
と
take
か
a
わいそう
whole
なこと
20
しちゃったか
hours.
なかなり苦しかっただろうし
Could you imagine being, oh my god, 20 hours? I mean, it did take a whole 20 hours. She must have suffered a lot. I feel kind of bad. Yo looks up at me pleadingly, as though begging me to save her. She is no longer able to ask for help. Sorry, it's my first time mind breaking a girl. You'll get better at it, don't worry. Though, or even to call my name.
どう気に入ってくれた
Well, Saya asks, her eyes shining with anticipation. Do you like her? I'm at a loss for how to respond. What do you mean, like
だっ
her?
て文則友達や家族が欲しいって言ってたでしょだからこれはさやからのプレゼント
You said you wanted family and friends, didn't you? That's why I got you this present. Her innocent explanation only confuses me
プ
further.
レゼントって。おいおい。
No,
犬
no,
か何かじゃあるまいし。
she's a pet. Present? Come on, she's not a
似
dog.
たようなもんだよ。どうせ頭の中なんて真っ白なんだから。
This is also how trans girls flirt. There's not much difference. Her head is totally empty. God, you could take so many clips out of this stream. Oh, no. I forgot to save the VOD of last stream, I bet. No. It's probably too late now, isn't it? Dang it. I feel like there were a lot of really funny moments in that stream. Oh well. I'm happy that Saya wants to please me, but she could use a little more common sense.
人間一人を監禁し続けるっていうのは多分かなり厄介なもんだと思うよ。
It's not that. Holding a person captive is probably a lot harder than you think.
大丈夫だよ。ほら、こうやって鎖でつないであるし。
It's still showing in the videos? Oh. Is it showing that it has an expiration date? Sorry. Oh, okay. I guess I did save it. Nice. Okay. Good job, Priscilla. Good job, Priscilla. Who's a good bunny? Who's a good bunny? Don't worry about it. Look, I have her chained up. This is also a trans girl's flirt. The only thing preventing Yo from being totally naked is the leather collar around her neck. I have no idea where Saya got it from, but it's the kind of dog collar that would be sold in any pet store. The chrome chain is fastened to one of the bedposts. Yo tries to get away again, but Saya sends her sprawling with a tug of the chain. Yo tumbles to the floor, squealing in pain. Her actions are those of an unintelligent animal, just as Saya said.
それにこの子、どっちみち逃げ出して何かしようとか、そういう難しいことはもうできないから。
Yeah. She doesn't have the brains to escape or get help.
これでもう文則が心配することなんてないでしょ。
See, there's nothing for you to worry about. Saya has a point. I was racking my brain with a plan to kill Yo, but now my problem has been solved in a way that I never could have imagined. If a normal person looks upon her now, they'll probably see no trace of the old Yo. And if she has no memories and can't even speak, then it's perfect. Saya has killed Yo without taking her life. Though there's still the problem of what she means by giving Yo to me.
嬉しくない？
Yeah. This is also a trans allegory. You're not happy? Saya asked dejectedly, her confidence suddenly gone. Listen, I'm gonna be right back, because I drank a lot of water and my bladder is full. Okay, sorry. Your bladder seems heavy, ma'am. May I carry it for you? You're not happy? Saya asked dejectedly, her confidence suddenly gone.
私また何か勘違いしてた？
On the bright side, I'm staying incredibly hydrated. Did I misunderstand again? Is this a problem for you? It's okay, autistic Saya.
いや
No, but
この子の世話はちゃんと私が一人でやるよ。文則にめんどくさい思いなんてさせないよ。それで
I
も
like she's trying to convince us to keep her. I can take good care of her all by myself. I won't let her make things difficult for you. So can she stay, please? Please, can we have the puppy? That's not it. The last thing I want is to reject the symbol of Saya's affection. But how can I explain to Saya why I'm trying not to look at the naked woman writhing on the floor?
そういうことじゃない。
It's
違う
not that. Yo is the first human figure besides Saya that I've seen in 3 months since the accident. And she's a woman. Gasp. A woman positively glowing with voluptuous feminine beauty. Of course I'm happy, but I also can't ignore the voice of reason that's telling me not to be.
嬉しいよ。嬉しいんだけど、素直に喜んでいいのかどうか。さやのことを思うとさ。
I'm happy, really, but if I show how pleased I am, I'm worried that you'll...
え？
Would you eat a pizza between 2 pizzas? Yes, I would. So like, it's like a bottom pizza and then the topping of pizza, and then that pizza also has a topping of pizza. Am I allowed to eat? Well, am I only allowed to eat the middle pizza, or can I have all of the pizza? Are there any other toppings on the pizza? Even pizza can't escape top-bottom discourse. Do you remember when hacking, was it Burger King? Burger King had the whole top-bottom bun debate, and it was like choose what you prefer. Do you prefer 2 top buns or 2 bottom buns? Topping discourse. Are you on the side of pineapple on pizza or against pineapple on pizza? Saya looks puzzled, as though she has absolutely no idea what I'm getting at.
だってほら。
I mean,
この
look,
子だって
she's still a
女
girl,
の子
right?
僕がさやの他に別の女の子と一緒に暮らすっていうのは嫌じゃないのか。
Don't you balk at the thought of me living with another girl? Yeah, I'd prefer a top bun. 2 tops sounds pretty good though. Ooh, that sounds really good, Cybernetic. Provided it doesn't hurt anyone. What's your favorite? Like, if you could only have one pizza topping, what would it be? After considering this briefly, Saya finally seems to understand what I'm trying to say. Pizza burger?
そんな文則って考えすぎだよ。
Ah, of course not. You worry too much. She doesn't see Yo as like a competition or like another girl. She just sees Yo as a dog. Spinach. Ooh, spinach pizza's good. I like pretty much all toppings. I've never tried the anchovies on pizza. I've never tried any kind of fish on a pizza. But I've tried pretty much everything else and I like it all. I think my ideal pizza has red onions on it, banana peppers, and pineapple. Or bell peppers too. That sounds good too. But I also like pizza with just a bunch of meat on it, or like just cheese pizza, or just whatever. Just give me pizza. Blue cheese buffalo chicken pizza. Huh. I have not tried that. Would you eat chocolate pizza? I mean, yeah, I would try it. Maybe I'm worrying too much, although I'm pretty sure that I'm just showing the consideration that any man who's sworn his love to a woman would show. Or maybe Saya doesn't understand that a man faced with a woman's naked body can't help but react regardless of his feelings.
おかしい。本当に優しいんだね。文則って。
Ooh. Yeah. That sounds really good. There's this place around here that I love going to, but we haven't in a long time, called Blaze Pizza. And it's like Subway, but for pizza. Like you go in and it's like a conveyor belt type thing with like employees, and you go up to every station and they're like, okay, what do you want? And you get to pick all the different ingredients, and it's just really good. They're like small pizzas, but they're just so yummy. How funny. You really are kind.
そうか。
Yeah? Yeah, you think I'm kind? The guy who pushed a man down the well like 24 hours ago?
この子はね、文則のこと喜ばすためだけにさやが用意したの。
LeBron James chain? What? Does he own Blaze Pizza? I only did this so that she could please
文則
you.
がこの子のこと好きになってこの子と過ごすのを楽しいって思うようになってくれたらそれだけさやも嬉しいんだよ。
If you like her and enjoy spending time with her, then I'll be happy
それ
too.
遠慮するようなことじゃないよ。
You have nothing to be shy about.
おいっちゃなんだが。
I hate to say this, but I struggle to find the right words to express my true feelings.
男ってそのものすごく下劣な生き物だから。
Yeah. You know what? You're right, Cybernetic. I think you are really kind. Men are, well, really deprived creatures.
ほら、ヨウの体ってサヤの裸とはまた全然違う特徴があるだろう。
And I mean, Yo's body has features that yours doesn't, right?
これって
Bedtime? Okay,
サヤ
love
の
you,
こと好きだって思う気持
Sayo.
ち
Rest
とは全
well.
然別のところで、そのかなり気をそそられるってのが。
So even though it's nothing like my love for you, I can't help but get aroused. Saya's gonna be like, that's fine. True. You make a good point, Aversion. With each word that I squeeze from my lips, Saya's grin grows wider and wider until finally she starts shaking with laughter. She's gonna be like, you were worried about that? Just, you know, do things to her.
わかるわかる。文則は男の子だからそれでいいの。正常な本能だよ。
I know, Saya exclaims jovially, patting my shoulder with one hand and wiping tears from her eyes with the other. There's no reason to be ashamed of your natural male instincts. Are you sure? I ask again, as though trying to force her to say no. Is Saya a cuck? Saya answers me with a smile, whose like I have never seen before. It is calm, so terribly calm, but there is something bewitching about the soft set of her lips that sets it apart from her usual bright, childish expression.
文則とさやは恋人同士で、筑波陽はそんな二人のペット。
You and I are lovers, and Tsukuba Yo is our
この
pet.
子は私と文則に可愛がられるたびにそのことを思い出すの。これから毎日ずーっとね。
Yeah! You're not wrong, Cybernetic. You are very, very right. She will be reminded of that when we play with her, every day from now on. I finally know why Saya chose Yo, for the venom in her voice and smile does not escape me. Although she can no longer answer, if asked, Yo would surely have chosen death over this fate, and that is the very reason Saya visited it upon her. How wicked and terrible Saya is. I can see why everybody loves Saya. I get it, I get it. Everybody wants their Saya Fumo. Yeah, but not me. I would not. I would not want a girl to do that to me. Perhaps others would fear and loathe her. I, however, find her malevolence irresistibly charming. Hi, Sea Aster. The horrifying cruelty of what she has done to Yo is so very human. Though her shape may be different, her soul is the same as ours. When I look upon Yo's wretched form, I see the intensity and passion of Saya's love for me, for the flames that have consumed Yo are fueled by that very love. I find myself enthusiastically accepting Saya's presence.
さやは気に入ってるのかいこのペットのこと。
Do you like this pet too?
とっても綺麗で触り心地もいいんだよ。
Yeah, she's very pretty and feels good to
そ
touch.
うか。じゃあ、二人でこいつと遊ぶときも、さやはさやで楽しめるんだね。
This game is so
僕が
incredibly
遠
messed
慮
up.
することはないね。
And I'm amazed I have not played this sooner. Good game. Sorry, I keep coughing. So you'll enjoy playing with her too, right? I don't have to hold back, do I?
もちろん。
Of course I will. Grinning happily, Saya grabs the chain and pulls Yo to her feet.
ねえ文則、触ってごらんよ。柔らかくて気持ちいいよ。
Try touching her, Fuminori. She's really nice and soft. Okay. As Yo looks up at me with teary, pleading eyes, I approach and let my gaze roam freely over her lush body and ripe breasts. I run my fingers through her hair, finding it as smooth as Saya's, enjoying the feel, and as I continue to caress Yo's head. Her fearful expression softens a little. Perhaps she remembers me in some part of her mind, and believes even now that I will be kind to her. How foolish. Pull out the... Okay. I stop stroking her hair and calmly seize both of her breasts. She flinches in pain at the sudden rough treatment, but I ignore her and continue to knead her breasts as my lust demands. They're incredibly soft. When I squeeze them, it's like my fingers are being sucked inside. I wonder what it really looks like outside of his vision. Preemptive bunny. Well, see, we ran into this issue before, so I was ready. I was ready to censor. The tears in Yo's eyes cause a new sadistic desire to well up within me. She must not have been sufficiently prepared, as her choke scream is like that of a dying animal. In fact, it reminds me of how Suzumi screamed when I stabbed him with my knife. Thank you for the head pat.
辛そうだね。
Looks painful, she says, peering curiously at Yo's tear-streaked
気
face.
持ちいいこの
Is she
子。
pleasing you?
まあ
You could say that. You could say that. The hypnotic quivering of her thighs as she trembles beneath me, her breasts heaving like storm-tossed ships. What a wild comparison. Her breasts were like ships in a storm? These sights and sensations are enough to stimulate my basest lust, and the night has only just begun. Later, as I lie on my bed, drained of energy, I consider what my life will be like from now on. Saya is resting in my arms. Yo is curled up on the floor, where puppy girls belong, or at the foot of the bed. I like that too. Yesterday, I could not have imagined that the three of us would be a family. A new home, new food, a new family, all granted to me by Saya. She has selflessly led me from the brink of death to find new joy amid despair. I was an orca with a hatred of yachts. And I, too, have changed. I have killed 2 people with my own hands, and I made a third my mindless slave. Well, it wasn't really you who did that, it was more Saya who did it, but you know, if you want to take credit for it, I guess. Yet, despite all I have done, I am still able to sleep peacefully. Without a doubt, I am no longer the Sakisaka Fuminori I once was. How far will Saya take me? What will I become? God forbid women get credit for anything. Yeah, it's the man's job to enslave women, not other girls' jobs to do that. I feel somewhat unsure, though not discouraged, about the unknown world into which we are heading. And so, while playing with Saya's hair, I ask,
君は一体何者なんだい
Saya, what are you? I don't expect an answer. If Saya's asleep or doesn't want to respond, I won't mind. Saya lifts her head, however, and draws my gaze into the deep pools of her
うま
eyes.
く言葉では説明しにくいんだけどね。
It's kind of hard to explain. She thinks for a while, searching for the right words, then simply
タン
says,
ポポって花があるよね。種を風に乗せて飛ばすやつ。
You know the dandelion flower? The one that scatters its seeds on the wind? Yeah?
綿毛の種は風に運ばれて、ふるさとから遠く遠く離れて、
She's a flower. The wind carries those fluffy seeds far, far from where they were
もしかし
born.
たら草木なんか一本も生えてない砂漠に落ちちゃうかもしれない。
What if one of them ends up in a desert where not even a single blade of grass is
そん
growing?
な時、たった一粒のその種が何を思うか、
If you can imagine how that lone seed will
それを
feel,
想像してくれれば分かってもらえるかもしれない。
then you might be able to understand me. Aww. As I consider Saya's answer, she continues her story.
種はもちろん草の種だからね。その気になって頑張れば砂漠を砂漠じゃなくしてしまえる。
Yeah, we're gonna turn the whole world into monsters. Let's go. That seed is still a baby flower. If it does its best, it can turn even a desert into a
た
garden.
だ一粒だけの種でももしかしたら頑張ろうって思うようになるかもしれない。
Tentacle monster that turns people into puppy girls. Where do I sign up?
頑張って育って増えて、いつかこの土地が一面のタンポポ畑になるまで頑張ろうってそう思うかもしれない。
Maybe that little seed will decide to thrive. Maybe it will decide to grow and multiply so that it can turn the whole desert into a field of dandelions.
そんな風にタンポポの種が心を決めるとしたらどんな時だと思う？
What do you think can give it the strength to do so?
それは
What? I whisper, entranced. Saya smiles softly and caresses
それ
my
は
cheek.
ね、その砂漠にたった一人だけでも花を愛してくれる人がいるって知った時、
Oh. All it needs is to be loved by just one person in the whole world.
タンポポの花は綺麗だねって種に話しかけてくれた時、
All it needs is to be told how pretty dandelions are. The loving touch of her slender fingers fills me with peace and
あ
joy.
なたのこと大好き。
I love you. That's so trans allegory. Everything in this game is apparently. I pull I pull her into my chest, nodding silently.
ずっとそばにいて、いつまでも私の隣に。
Stay with me forever. Never leave my side. I'm sorry.
あ
I promise. Basking in the soft warmth of our love for each other, we sink into the oblivion of sleep. Oh hey, it's the well. He has been buried alive. His world is silence and the cold of the grave. Ever since his voice gave out and he lost the strength to scream, no coherent thought has passed through Koji's mind. Perhaps this is his brain's way of protecting him from despair. Instead, he dreams. Images flash before his eyes, random, unconnected scenes from his 20 years of life. Not all are of happy times. There are sad, painful memories as well, but even these are pleasantly warm compared to the death that is now encroaching upon him. Even Koji has been puppyified. He dreams of mountains. His older brother once took him hunting for insects when he was a child. They've sealed their caught butterflies in a plastic bag, only to later find themselves holding a bag of tiny corpses. No! You gotta let them breathe. He dreams of his lover. They met at a mixer where he'd been the only one to realize that she couldn't hold her liquor. After she had too much to drink, he looked after her while she vomited in the back alley. They toasted each other with canned juice, and then... Yeah, this game is mean to butterflies. He dreams that he is diving into a black sea. When he reaches the bottom, he looks up to see the moon shining through the surface of the water. As he gazes up at the circle of light, entranced by its roundness and brilliance, the distant rumbling of an engine reaches his ears. Something still conscious within him tells him that this dream is wrong. Have I ever gone diving at night before? The dots begin to connect in his mind, forming a barrier to separate his dreams from reality. Is he gonna get out? What is bothering him? No, this has to be the doctors, right? Like they're here to kill him. Of course, the sound. The engine noise gradually fades to a low idling, then abruptly gives way to silence, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. This isn't a dream. These sounds are real. Understanding comes like a sudden blow. This isn't the bottom of a sea, and the circle of light isn't the moon. It's the mouth of the well. The sun has already risen, and someone is right outside with a car. The last piece falls into place, and he becomes Tono Koji once more. Help! Koji shouts, surprised by how easily his voice emerges. His desperation blocks out the pain of his raw throat. Hey, I'm down here in the well. Help me! He keeps screaming with all of his might. Soon the echoes in the cramped walls become deafening, and he is no longer certain if his screams have meaning or if he is just howling wordlessly. Nevertheless, he continues. His only desire is to be heard, lest he die forgotten at the bottom of this well. Koji's wait is not long, but even a minute feels like eternity on the edge of despair. Soon, the circle of light above him is partially eclipsed by the silhouette of a person staring down into the well. Tono, you alive down there? A woman's voice. Koji has heard it somewhere before, but for some reason cannot remember to whom it belongs. Just hold on, I'll get you out. The silhouette vanishes, restoring the light to a perfect circle. Fear of being left alone threatens to send Koji into a panic, but his reason has recovered enough to resist. Yeah, honestly, good on Koji. She said she's gonna get me out. I haven't been abandoned. While waiting, he gingerly tests his body, which he had forgotten all about until now. His joints ache and his fingers and toes are numb, but though exhausted, he's still in one piece. After some time, the silhouette reappears at the top of the well. Are you hurt? Can you climb a rope on your own? No, I don't think so. Koji lacks the confidence to attempt such a feat. His frozen fingers can barely move. What? No, don't come down! You're insane! After a brief pause, the owner of the voice tosses a knotted climbing rope into the well. He grabs the rope as soon as it reaches him. The rough threads bite into his palms, and relief nearly overwhelms him at the sensation. This is really happening. He's really safe. You're not safe yet. Now that he's free from despair, questions leap to the forefront of his mind. First among them, who is his savior? The rope shakes as the woman climbs carefully down. The beam from the floodlights sling over her shoulder, pushing back the shadow cast by her body. Soon she is standing in the same mud as Koji, and he finds himself face to face with Doctor? Were you expecting someone else? Koji indeed had not imagined that his savior would turn out to be Dr. Tanbo Ryoko. Of course, it took him a moment to recognize her. Instead of a white gown and tight skirt, she is wearing a heavy leather coat, denim jeans, and boots with no heel. She must have expected a hike through the mountains. Her light and blocky all-purpose type features side mountain fluorescent runners in addition to the main floodlight, survival gear and professional grade by the look of it. You look awful, Dr. Tanbo says wryly as she gives Koji a once-over. Here, drink this. She pulls a flask out of her pocket and hands it to him. Go slow. Take small sips. It should help a little. Thank you. She walks around with a flask. Maybe Koji's just old-fashioned, but it doesn't seem appropriate for a young woman and a doctor at that. Nevertheless, he unscrews the cap and takes a swig, and struggles to keep from coughing at the potent liquids as the potent liquid sears his tongue. What is this?
Spiritus vodka. 着付け薬によし、消毒によし、浴びせてから火をつければ効くような相手にはかなり効く。
Okay, is she actually really cool? Spiritus vodka, good for disinfecting wounds in a pinch, and also does a fine job of setting things on fire. Her tone is straightforward and quite serious. Koji can only gape at the doctor, the dark smile on her face doing little to ease his confusion. Is this really Dr. Tanbo? There's no trace of the bookish, mild-mannered woman Koji met at the hospital. Her expression is now set in a hard mask, and her eyes are sharp and weary. In the darkness at the bottom of the well, is it possible, however, unlikely, that the change in her feature is due to the ominous shadows cast by her lamp? It's not so easy, however, to explain the change in her demeanor. Why are you here? You called me, didn't you? Ryoko replies briskly, glaring at Koji like an annoyed professor. I tried calling back, but you didn't answer. Neither did your friend Tsukuba. Am I supposed to think everything's fine? No, but... Koji doesn't understand why she acted so quickly, but it's a different part of what she just said that seizes his attention. Wait, Tsukuba? You called her too?
私はてっきり君も死体になってるもんだと思ってたんだがね。
Like I said, she didn't pick up either. To be honest, I figured you were both dead already. That's right, he almost died, and at the hands of the man he thought was his best friend. Anger and frustration well up inside him. He can't forgive Fuminori's betrayal, nor can he forgive himself for his foolishness. And now he has no idea if Tsukuba is safe. Fuminori tried to kill Koji. Could he have done the same to her?
まあ落ち着け。ここで君がいくら殺気だって見たところで始まらん。
Calm down, why don't you? Ryoko says irritably, turning away to examine the inside of the well. There's nothing you can do from here.
何かあったと思ったのなら警察には届けてくれたんですか？
If you thought something was wrong, Koji says to her back, then you must have called the police, right?
警察だと。
The police? Still engrossed in her examination of the walls, Ryoko laughs scornfully at the idea.
君はまだそういう形でケリがつけられるものだと思っているわけか。
So you still think that's the way out, do
ど
you?
ういう意味です？
What's that supposed to mean? Annoyed by her condescending attitude, Koji is about to demand answers when she cuts him off with a gesture and shines her light at the corner of the
ト
well.
ノ君、こいつには気づかなかったのか？
There's a corpse down here, isn't there?
Huh?
You didn't notice this? Huh? In the light of the lamp, Koji sees that some of the stones are a different shade than the rest of the wall. This must be what Ryoko was looking for.
気づきませんでした。
Oh.
ずっと真っ暗だったんで。
Huh? No, there wasn't enough light. Huh? Ryoko's gaze moves slowly along the wall, finally coming to rest on a gap between two of the stones. The hole is just wide enough for an adult to reach into open-handed.
君、いいところに落ちてくれたよ。ひょうたんから困ってやつか。
Interesting. You sure picked the right well to fall down, Ryoko says with a grim smile. Like they say, it's always the last place you look. She wastes no time thrusting her hand into the opening. Whoa. After she feels around for a few seconds, Koji hears the thunk of something solid coming together behind the wall.
先生、
Doctor? Ryoko pulls her hand out and gives a different colored stone a gentle push. With the rumbling of weight shifting, the stone slid smoothly back into the wall.
こういう仕掛けか。やられたよ。前に来た時は気づきもしなかった。
So that's how he fooled me. I had no idea that this was here the last time I came.
前にも来た。
You've been here before? Koji wants answers, but Ryoko ignores him and peers into the opening. In the beam of her floodlight, Koji can see a concrete tunnel leading into the mountain?
私は先に進むが、トノ君、君はここに残ることを勧める。
I'm going on ahead. You better stay here. Her warning is utterly devoid of warmth. Considering his options, Koji looks from the tunnel to the rope and back again. He's practically sweating now thanks to the 190 proof vodka he just drank. But although feeling has returned to his fingers, he still doesn't have the strength to climb. That said, the thought of being alone in the well again makes him
一緒に行き
shiver.
ます。連れてってください。
I'll go too. Please take me with you.
まあ好きにしろ。
Have it your way. Ryoko steps into the tunnel without looking back, and Koji doesn't hesitate to follow. This is... I did not expect this much
ずいぶん
content.
雰囲気が違いますね。
You were pretty... You were pretty different from the last time we met, Koji says sarcastically, following Ryoko as she moves cautiously down the tunnel with her light leading the way.
ここは病院じゃない。君は患者じゃない。営業スマイルが必要か？
This isn't the hospital and you're not my patient. This service doesn't come with a smile.
じゃあ、こっちが先生の。
Me as a fast food employee. So this is who you really are.
さあ、どうだかな。どうだっていいことだろ。
I wonder, does it matter? Ryoko suddenly stops and stares at the floor. When Koji looks over her shoulder, he sees a dust-covered rope lying coiled up in the middle of the
何で
path.
す？
あ
What
の
is it?
井戸から降りてきたやつの小細工さ。
Something left by the last guy who came down that well. Ryoko picks up the rope, examines it, and hands it to Koji.
長さは私が使ったロープのほぼ2倍。途中に結び目があって、端は両方とも切断されてる。 この両端がつながって輪になってたのさ。
It's about twice as long as my rope. It has a knot in it, and both ends have been severed. They were connected before to make a circle. Huh?
外のどこかにこの輪を引っ掛けて井戸の底まで伝って降りる。
You loop one end of the circle around something topside, then use the rest to climb down into the well.
その後、ナイフで輪を切って井戸の中に引っ張り込めば、井戸の底に降りた痕跡は残らない。
Huh. You cut the when you're at the bottom, you cut the circle open and pull the whole rope in with you. That way there's nothing to show where you went. Huh, cool. Ryoko shines her light down the tunnel, revealing that it ends in a closed wooden door about 10 meters
こうや
ahead.
ってここに逃げ込んだやつは追っ手の目をくらませたのさ。
That's how he avoided
まんま
detection.
と騙された。
Really got me
先
good.
生、さっき前にも来たっていうのは
A fastener between the two ends? Interesting. You said you've been here before?
ああ、君や咲坂くんだけじゃない。私も以前、鴎外を追ってこの別荘に来た。
Yeah, you and Sakisaka aren't the only ones, Ryoko says dryly. I checked Ogai's cabin a while back. Oh, sick. I love her. She's like, have you ever seen Call of the Night or like read the Call of the Night manga? Because there's like a really, really hot vampire hunter in that manga. She reminds me of her. As Ryoko speaks, she opens her coat and pulls out what she had been hanging underneath it.
他に出口がないとしたら、奴はまだあの扉の向こう側にいるわけだ。
If there aren't any other exits, then he's still behind that door. At first, Koji thinks she's holding a steel pipe. Amazed that she would be carrying a weapon, Koji looks closer and is appalled when he realizes what it is. A woman with a gun? A gun. And not one of those sleek handguns that's seen in the movies, but a double-barreled shotgun. The stock and barrels have been sawed down for easier concealment, enhancing its aura of brutal efficiency.
何ですかそれ
What is that?
ショットガン、12番口径。
True. Have you ever seen the fake guns they have in Japan? Because Japan isn't full of gun violence like America is, they can have fake guns or like airsoft guns that don't have to like look like toys, so they just look incredibly realistic. Like if you see a gun in Japan, you should just assume it's fake, because they just look so realistic.
私にはこいつを持ち歩く資格なんてないし、こんな
A
風
12
に改
gauge.
造するのも銃刀法違反だ。
Ryoko replies
他に質問は？
blandly, as though naming a brand of cigarettes. I don't have a permit, and cutting it down would be illegal, even if I did. Any other questions?
そんなもの持ち出して一体どうするつもりです
What are you planning to do with that thing? Ryoko looks over her shoulder and gives Koji the most chilling smile yet.
鴎外の正体を初めて知ったとき、私はただの善良な一般市民だった。交通違反すら無縁のね。
When I first learned what Ogai was doing, I was a model citizen, never even gotten a ticket. The woman whom Koji believed was just a normal doctor waves her sawed-off shotgun menacingly as she continues, her tone sharp and bitter.
あの時にこいつがあったなら、私は多分鴎外をきっちり殺せていただろう。
If I'd had it back then, I could have killed Ogai before he got away.
そうなってれば、もしかしたら君たちがこんな災難に巻き込まれることもなかったかもしれない。
Maybe then none of
そ
this
の
would
点
have
は申し訳
happened.
ないと思ってるよ。
I feel bad about that, really. Koji listens in silence, helpless to do anything but watch as as understanding moves further and farther out of his grasp. God, this game is so long.
だから、
Okay, that's a good smile.
私がやることは一切合切。
In
君
other
とその
words,
友達が足を突っ込んでる泥沼なありさまを終わらせてやるための手続きだ。
everything I do from here on out is to clean up this mess that you and your friends have stepped in.
その辺をよく理解して余計な口は突っ込まないこと。いいね。
Remember that, and don't ask any unnecessary questions. Got it? Koji can only nod weakly in response. With the light in her left hand and the shotgun in her right, Ryoko walks up to the door and takes a deep breath. Then she kicks the door open, putting the full weight behind the blow. Everybody's so obsessed with kicking doors open. Oh. With a disappointingly feeble sound, the door breaks off its hinges and falls into the room. Dust billows like white smoke in the beam of Ryoko's light. The room is large, at least 35 meters square. The tiled floor is set with drainage grates, and there's no mistake that the operating table sitting in the middle of the room. Cabinets full of enamelware and drugs line one side of the space, and against the opposite wall stand a writing desk and bookshelves. Those things Koji recognizes, the mysterious objects cluttering tables and shelves, however, are beyond his comprehension. Mirrors delicately engraved with the complex patterns, grotesque statues and masks that must have been left by a race of savages. Tapestries woven in nauseating arrays of colors, a crystal ball the size of an infant's head. Any would fetch a hefty price at an antique store. Hi, America. If not for the one thing they all have in common, every last piece is so loathsome and foul that Koji feels sick just looking at it. It's as though each was designed for the sole sinister purpose of immortalizing its creator's hatred of the world. You're new to Twitch? Well, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. To give you a little bit of info, I am currently sick, so I'm sorry if I'm coughing a lot. Also, hopefully the stream will end soon, but we've been going for a while. Rare-looking books of the sort that he found in Ogai's home are piled here and there, and on one shelf are stacked some scrolls that look to be made of some kind of sheepskin or papyrus. Whatever it is, it's not paper. Finally, there are the indecipherable chalk patterns and symbols filling every available space on the wall. Even the two sliding blackboards are covered in strange, unreadable scribblings. Just looking at them is making Koji dizzy.
見るんじゃない。
Don't look, Ryoko snaps at him.
いいか、ここから動くな。絶対に何かに触ったりするな。目を引くようなものがあっても見つめたりしちゃいけない。
Listen, don't move, and whatever you do, don't touch anything. Even if something draws your attention, don't look
ま
at
ずい
it.
と思ったらすぐに目をそらして自分の靴を見ろ。わかった。
If you see something that feels wrong, stare at your shoes. Got it? I kind of love her. Okay, one of my favorite things in media, and maybe this is because I'm autistic, I love when characters are incredibly clear about instructions. Like, I love the way she's just 100% like, do exactly this. What's the game? This is a horror game called Sayano Uta. Ryoko switches her light's fluorescent runners on and sets it on a nearby table where it can illuminate the whole room. She then holsters her shotgun, only to pull out an even more confusing set of tools, a digital camera and a can of spray paint. She gives the can in her left hand a good shake, switches the camera in her right on. She steps up to the blackboard while looking at the camera's side-mounted screen. After recording one set of symbols, she covers it with a thick layer of paint, then moves on to the next.
先生
True, yeah. I stream games that are 18 plus only.
レ
Doctor?
ッスン1。妙な図形やラテン語の文章とかは絶対に読むな。見つめるな。
Lesson 1. Never look at any strange symbols or anything written in unusual languages like
機械の
Latin.
目で記録しておいて、後で注意深く調べればいい。現物はその場で塗りつぶすか何かして破壊しろ。
You're a doctor. Use a camera to record them for later, then paint over the original. Now that she mentions it, Koji realizes that she's only looking at the screen of her camera. Even then, only in short glimpses and never discreetly at any of the drawings. He understands what she's saying, but it still doesn't make any
一体
sense.
どういう
Why do you have
ここま
to...
で深入りしたんなら、工学のために黙って聞いておけ。
Now that you've come this far, you better shut up and listen for your own
あ
good.
と、水晶球とか鏡の類も危ない。下手に壊すとやぶへびになったりするから、とりあえず布でもかぶせるか、ペンキを浴びせて封印しろ。
Things like crystal balls and mirrors are dangerous. Anything can happen if you break them, so it's best to cover them with a cloth or paint over them for the time being. Koji begins to fear that the doctor might be even crazier than Fuminori. No, I think the doctor is the only sane one, to be honest. Despite the burst of energy he received from the vodka, Koji is still exhausted from his night in the well. The fear is affecting his body, making him dizzy and nauseous. Soon the walls are covered in black paint and the stale air is thick with the smell of turpentine. Delicious. I like the smell of wet paint. I really like the smell of gasoline. Where is she hiding all this paint? She had a spray can, a can of spray paint.
とりあえず、こんなところか。
That should do for now, Ryoko says with relief, then tosses the empty can aside and puts away her video camera.
オーガイって人はどうなったんです
What happened to a guy? Koji asks, supporting himself against a nearby table. Stop it! She told you not to touch anything.
ああ、そこにいたよ。
Oh, he was over there. Without stopping her examination of the papers on the writing table, Ryoko points nonchalantly to a Chinese-style screen standing in the corner of the room. He was there. Her clinical choice of tense makes her meaning instantly obvious. The urge to see for himself is irresistible. Stop it! Koji staggers across the room to the screen, taking the utmost care not to look at the scaly octopus thing that is painted on it. Behind the screen is a large, easy chair. Although he's never met the man before, Koji is fairly certain that the person sitting in it is Ogai Masahiko. He's looking a little tired. Ogai's corpse must have shrunk significantly while dying in this sealed chamber. His body is barely the size of a child's, with only the business suit hanging from his bones offering any hint of Ogai's former stature. He's had a long day. Relatable. I did not think that this game would have so much extra content in it. His empty eye sockets and wide open jaw are filled with darkness, the same darkness that surrounds Koji at the bottom of the well. This is what happens when you don't drink enough water. Compared to those gaping voids, the tiny holes in Ogai's right temple is almost demure. Oh no! So demure, so mindful. Sorry. So rough. The revolver that he presumably used to kill himself is still clenched in his dangling right hand. It looks like a child's toy compared to Ryoko's shotgun. Ryoko have noticed Ogai's corpse while she was spray painting the walls, and still she kept working without batting an eyelash. Impressive, though not exactly surprising after what he's been through. It's getting difficult to remember the last time he spoke to someone sane. But if not for her, Koji reminds himself with a bitter smirk, he would have ended up joining the mummified corpse here, and no one would have ever found him. Koji's vision suddenly dims. He pushed himself too hard, and the spiritus vodka can't help him anymore. He collapses to the floor, unable to hang on to his slipping consciousness, as the last thing he sees are a guy's gaping eye sockets staring at him. This game is so long. When he wakes, Koji finds himself lying on something dry and soft. Bed is a bed, he thinks to himself, even one that smells of mold and dust, and especially after sleeping in cold mud all night. There are no lights hanging from the ceiling, but the soft, warm light of the lamp fills the room. Simple furnishings, non-existent decor. Koji realizes that he's in Ogai's cabin. In the bedroom that he searched before, Fuminori pushed him into the well.
お目覚めかい?
Sandwich. You're right, but I feel like I must be so close to finishing it that I should just finish it out, but I don't know how much longer there is. You awake? Ryoko is sitting in a chair against the wall, her expression blank as she studies the pile of documents on the table in front of her. She must have brought them up from Ogai's underground lab. She turns a page, then takes a bite from the sandwich in her free hand.
食べる元気があるようなら
Understandable. If you feel up for eating, there's food over here. Without looking up from her file, she gestures towards the convenience store bags sitting on the
俺
nightstand.
をどうやってここに？
This is my second stream of this game, but yeah, we streamed for like 3.5 hours the first time, and we've been going for, what, 4 hours? 5 hours? Have we been going for 5 hours? Yeah, maybe I should just end it here, because my cough hurts a lot right now. And I was supposed to end stream like an hour or like an hour and a half ago. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Did I save? I don't remember. I love you too. Yeah, I really hope I'm recovered by next Wednesday. If I'm not, I'm going to be very sad. Okay, we can end it here. Listen, I've been thinking about how I kind of want to start streaming twice a week, maybe Wednesdays and Thursdays, maybe. But I'm too sick to do that tomorrow. So that won't happen, but we'll figure it out next week or something. Anyway, I'm sorry. I love you all. I'm just dying a little bit. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's raid a trans girl who's playing Little Goody Two Shoes, which is a game that I've been recommended. Should probably check out. Well, anyway, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you all, and I had a lot of fun. I'm gonna go pass out now and try to get some rest. I love you all. Have a good night. Bye.
Mr. Bernard can find better things to do with his time.